Hello, friends. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Lots of stuff going on. Lots of stuff happening. Gonna have fun tonight. Gonna have a good time. We're gonna Wang Chung. What the fuck am I talking about? Okay. We'll give it a minute, Let people come on in. Give us some time for people to meander. Tiny's still going, so it'll be a little bit. Play some Schedule 1. Neighbor Rooney, what's up? Right off the bat, a Mika appearance on cam coming up. Let's do it. Mika, you've been summoned. Come here, baby girl. Come here. Everybody say hello. Mm-hmm. How you doing? You sleepy? You sleepy? You try the glasses on? Let's try the glasses on. Look over here. Look at the camera. Look at everybody. Look at everybody. Everybody look at Mika. Look at her new fashion. Her chic. Good girl. Very good. So good. Mwah. That's my babes. That's my baby. All right, get out of here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. Go on. Go ahead. You can do it. You can do it. What did you do? Go, Mika. Go ahead. Oh, he's doing dailies. Can't look. Can't look. Pausing the stream. Can't look. All right, that means he's finishing up soon, which means you lovely people, you got to tell people to come on over here, right? Help a brother out. Help a little bro, a little gup out when he finishes up. We'll keep the party going. Keep it going. Keep it going. And if y'all want to just open up a window and have my YouTube going in the background too, that always helps. Since we all had fun on YouTube last time, help me keep some of that momentum up, right? Every little bit helps, guys. Every little bit helps. Malibu Mika. I love it. You hear that? Yeah. Yeah. Malibu Mika. That's you. Technically Marina Del Rey Mika, but it's pretty close. It's like 20 minutes away. 40 if there's traffic. What, are you falling asleep? Are you falling asleep? Unbelievable. Malibu and Palisades are still, it's going to take a while for them to rebuild. This restaurant that I always go to with my mom when she visits totally burned to the ground. And we were there like a month or two before the fires. It was pretty crazy. I took some very nice food pictures there. Real shame. Real shame. Very sad. Very sad. So sad. Governor Newsom. Oh boy. Casper, shall we hop on les schedule vong?
Yeah, I'm just writing notes about some stuff we're gonna talk about later.
Oh,
yeah.
Casper's got some stuff she wants to talk about. Man, with that and the road closure at Big Sur, PCH isn't the same. Yeah, but you know what?
Hey, Rooney, are you one of us?
Driving down the PCH here in LA at sunset still looks beautiful. You over here? You West Coast man?
I miss Big Sur. PCH hasn't been open in like a decade, and it pisses me off because I want to go to Big Sur so bad, but I'm on this side, the southern side of Big Sur, not the northern side, so I have to go all the way around.
Not California, but West Coast, Best Coast. What are you, Washington? Right. Oregon?
Don't dox the man. Washington, hell
Washington, yeah. Nice.
West Coast is Best Coast.
I've been up to Bellingham, actually. Okay. Why is it doing the overlay? Did you get my invite?
I did get your invite. I am just typing.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to make sure because it opened the whole overlay. Daniel, birthday boy did actual birthday celebration today since we didn't get to really last one. Bellingham is one of the few parts I haven't been to. Yeah, it was really nice. I went there for a friend's wedding. It was lovely. On the flight over, I took photos of Mount St. Helens. Pretty nice photos, I say so myself. Yeah, Mount Rainier as well. But it was the one I definitely took. I definitely took a picture of Mount St. Helens. I mean, it's pretty like obvious. It's got that big fucking hole in it.
Oh my god, I'm getting pissed.
Oh, Tiny's finishing up. Everybody, go tell people. Go tell people come over here. Tell our friends to come on over.
No, don't look, Jordan. He has connections on.
Oh, I'm not looking. I'm just seeing the chat. I paused the actual stream. Stuff and things?
Just calling it stuff and things. I was gonna say stuff, and I was like, I'll be cute, and I'll say stuff and things.
You were talking about stuff and things. That's double whammy. Blue collared. Oh, come on over, blue collared. Yeah, we had a bunch of ash here from the fires. It was kind of crazy. That eruption, though, that was wild. The St. Helens eruption. They, like, reconstructed it from the photos. You can see it in the video. Envy! Welcome! Hello! It's nice to see you here. How's it going? Now you have a bald and bearded face to the fucking name from chat. How about that? Isn't that special? Cosmic! Cosmic, by the way, who just renewed their sub for the 2nd month. Everybody, claps for Cosmic. Indeed, I am lacking in follicular structure, Envy. Very strongly lacking. Woo! Let's go! Dubs for Cosmic. Dubs for Cosmic. What's up?
What's that thing called when you put it under a microscope and it's inside
Oreo!
of a plastic?
It is shiny. Welcome, Oreo. Inside of a microscope?
Yeah, the plastic casing. What's it called?
A slide?
Yeah, but it's a dish. Petri dish.
Oh, Petri dish. Yeah. Ooh, everybody's jumping right on in. People coming right over. I love it. I love to see it. Good shit. Good shit. How's everybody doing tonight? How are we all feeling about 8647? Isn't that some retarded shit?
I have words about that.
You do? Do you want to start us off, Casper?
Well, specifically Asmongold. From what we were talking, I'm not sure how many people were in Tiny's chat and then flipped over here, but, and I said this in chat earlier too, I was like, okay, Asmongold literally says, oh, well, I love freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is the best, because freedom of speech is the best. It's freedom of speech, and that literally means freedom of speech.
Thank you for the follow, Envy. Absolute beast.
Assembly, and, I think it's, what is it? The right
Such
to,
Chad.
For news, right?
What? To like remove, yeah.
I'm getting the actual wording.
So Oreo says I played this game for 10 minutes and broke it game-breakingly. Oreo, I want you to tell me how you broke it. Neighbor Rooney, I remember when we had to swab stuff around the school and let bacteria grow in a petri dish in bio class. My friend swabbed his balls. How much bacteria is the real question? How much bacteria did your friend have on his fucking sweaty ass balls? Go ahead, Casper. Less than the water fountain. All right.
It was clean. Okay, First Amendment is freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition.
Oh,
okay,
you actually broke the game. Like, it broke it. I thought you meant you broke the game loop. You broke the fucking game. I ran over a cop and he tried to search me at the same time, and it got me stuck in an endless loop of him searching me. Cosmic probably took the RV on a cross-country trip. So this is fun. Have we all seen this? This is embarrassing. This is pretty fucking embarrassing, if you ask me. They've all been saying this shit like crazy. Fired one of my chemists and they never left. Yeah, look at this. Look at this shit. I wonder if there's images of, like, people wearing it. I wonder if we can find images of, like, MAGAs wearing it. Because that would be, like, the cherry on top. The eternal cavity search, yeah. Like true Greek tragedy. Nice. Alright. Beat them up, they kept coming back. Casper is like unhinged when it comes to the cops in this game. It's not surprising, it's just funny. It's just funny. It's so funny, dude. I've got to find if there's like... Alright. 86, 46, hats. Can we see, like, can you give us somebody wearing one of these? Think we must disagree on comedy. As retarded as, hang on, let me quote Trump. You all remember this one. What you got? What you got?
Ooh, Oreo, yes.
Give us one. Opening a Shopify account. Do it! Dude, and my friends, we talked about this so much. Nobody will fucking do it. Nobody wants to actually... Well, I mean, some people have kind of done it, right? But, like, nobody will actually do it. She gets to pick her judges. Nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is. Oh. Probably can't get good margin these days with tariffs. Nope. Unless you build an American neighbor, Rooney. Build an American.
Okay, Oreo responded.
Said exactly that. Is that not a more direct threat? I think it is, man. I think it is.
If she gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is.
Yep. Wait, hang on. I want to add... Chat? Do we do a new chat? Is that where I add the thingies? How do I add the...
I should be in there. I'm just waiting for you to start the game. 86 just means take off the menu. God damn.
It says it's about Senator Mitch McConnell and others using 86. Where do I add the fucking chat rewards things? Shit. I wanted to add one. And guys, do me a favor, since y'all are here, do me a favor. If y'all can just keep my YouTube stream open in the background, if you're able to do that, get me that view, that also helps a lot. Please and thank you. Where the fuck do I add the little chat rewards? I don't even remember. How did I do this the fucking first time?
Oh no.
Good lord.
Did you get monetized finally?
What, on YouTube?
In general?
I've been monetized. Right?
Oh,
how can you can't sub
we're
without
waiting for
me
verification, right?
Yeah, we're working on verification is what we're working on. Yeah.
Okay.
Which, you know, subs help with verification, guys. So if you can afford to sub, helps a lot. What are you pinning that for?
I wanted to know how to do it.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Sasper Friday. All right, we're getting links.
Links. I love links. I love
community.
links.
It's in community. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the Matt Gaetz one's good. Yeah, Asmongold was like, "Oh yeah, I'm super big fan of free speech, but I also, but at the same time, I want the government to be, but I want to, what did he say? Not militarize.
Wait.
But I want the government to be able to come after people for what they say. Weaponize. Thank you, Oreo. It's been a long day for me. Long day for being in the kitchen where a woman belongs, apparently. Well, that, and even if I die, you know, I'm still gonna have to be used as an incubator.
We've got a new reward. Oh! Well, there we go. First one.
Oh, damn. All three. Hell yeah. I gotta do the voice now, too.
Fucking,
all four.
Which voice should I do?
You look like an Aussie.
Gonna need more glasses. Yeah, we'll have to start getting more. I look like a what? I look like what?
Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, I look like Ozzy Osbourne. Oh. Robotnik, no way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will. I'll start getting more like goofy glasses and shit. That'll be fun. It's funny hearing Asmund try to form a thought.
Disguise glasses with a mustache. Daniel says we need to get you to disguise glasses with a mustache.
With the nose?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Gates insists his use of 86 is distinct from Comey's threat. Why? How? How is it distinct? Quote, I was speaking in the past tense about things that had already happened. Good one, bro! How does that change the meaning at all? It's literally you're just being a fucking tard. Oh my god. That's so dumb. So wait, there's 4 of you. That means I gotta wear it for like 20 minutes? Is that what we do? Is that how we're doing this? Are these the rules? What are the rules? What are the rules?
Yeah, he says it's different because, quote, he, meaning Comey, knew exactly what he meant. A child knows what that means. That meant assassination.
That's...
Oh, no.
So
Trump said that. No. Trump fumed.
Sobiek did not respond to a request for comment. 4 pairs of glasses at the same time. I don't have that. I don't have that. Maybe I'll swap them out. Let's see. Hang on. Let's see what I got. I got at least one other one. That'll be funny looking. My other ones are just regular glasses that just look kind of... They look good. Which kind of defeats the purpose. Alright. I've got a follow-up pair. Yes! Cosmic! Yes! He knew exactly what I was referencing. Thank God. Didn't I show this to you the other day, Casper? The what are the rules thing? Yay! Yep, guys, make sure you keep my YouTube open in the background. It helps me very much so.
When you've just turned black and you can't switch back, well, you gotta go out and find the rules.
When you just turn black and you can't switch back, well, you gotta go and find out the rules. It's from It's Always Sunny. I thought I showed you that.
I think you did.
You know the rules, and so do I.
Oh, yeah, you did.
What's our new bit? What are the rules? That's the bit? Because I'm down. And wait, if Gates says he was speaking in the past tense, that's worse because isn't that a murder confession using their standards? Yes, Daniel. True. So true. Trump administration working on plan to move 1 million Palestinians to Libya. Libya. Oh, I think we just found out a new rule. That's true. You got it. I didn't get that. I didn't make the connection there. That's my bad. My bad. All right, Sasper.
Alright.
We ready? Has it been 10 minutes? Because I have another pair to switch out. Or is it a little longer? We go a little longer. I don't know how long it's been since you guys did the thing. Are we ready for schedule 1?
always ready for drugs.
Oh, you're in my lobby. Okay. You were ready. Trende Gapwa! Let's go. Which, by the way, can no longer be deported under the Alien Enemies Act, at least for now.
That is true. When did that happen? What, yesterday, right? Or was that today?
Yesterday. Well, no, I'm
says
having fun. It's fun, but I meant like because I wanted to switch after 10 minutes to the other glasses that I have. I am the Eggman. Woo! We are the Eggmen. Woo!
To be honest, when I was thinking of who he looks like, I thought I was about to say Eggman. To be fair,
that's fine. I'm doing Granddaddy Perp and Sour Diesel. 6 stash. Listen, I've got a beard and a stash, alright? I have to make up for the lack of hair on my head.
Wait for Benji to complete a deal. I'm gonna give him some Granddaddy. I need OG and Sour Diesel.
OG and Sour Diesel? Oh, fuck. I already planted. Perp and Sour Diesel. What do I have here? I have OG and Sour Diesel. So I'll have that ready for you in a second.
We'll make a sale, Benji. I need the warehouse open. I love playing these kinds of games, but when I think about the fact that I got off work and then hopped on a computer doing work, yeah. Yeah. I get that. I sit on my computer all day too. And so I just switch from computer to video game computer. Is there a reason why you're doing premium quality? Do you want to switch to doing premium quality?
Why not?
For everything? I'm just asking.
Well, should I not be?
No, I was just asking. I can crack. Shit.
Alright. I got stuff for you. I've got OG Kush and Sour Diesel. Putting them on the thingy. Zoop. Zoop. Alright, let's see. You sit on your computer? Quality only matters for the picky customers which aren't there this early in the game yet. Well, you know what? Maybe I just have standards. Neighboruni.
You know, maybe if I had a webcam, people wouldn't mind if I sat on the computer.
Played trading card shop simulator all night last night. Nice. Alright. Now we're switching the glasses out. Alright, here are the other ones. Here are the other ones. You guys ready for this? You all ready for this? Oh, you just need a little bit of a...
Where is it? Oh, there you go.
These were the glasses I
Quality
wore
only matters. Yeah.
when I went as Clark Kent once for Halloween.
Quality only matters for the people later in the game, yeah. We need more plants.
This was was before I shaved off all the hair. I can go as Lex Luthor now, but then I'd have to shave all this off. I don't want to do that. This took work.
Yeah, I made premium stuff for a while until I got to the suburbs, and then I didn't like that either.
Hmm.
Then I just made everything heavenly quality because I said, screw it, I'm done. And then I just charged everyone crazy prices.
Nice. Nah, doesn't really get itchy.
Talk to Uncle Nelson on the payphone. Yes. Okay, whatever. Mixing station. I don't give a shit.
With mules. Well, we have dealers, right? There's dealers in the game.
Yeah, we have access to Benji, and we do have access to the second lady. I just forget her name. On the glasses, and then... But I think we still have to be friendly with one of her connections first. We don't have enough product. You should be able to drop off your product with meals. I agree. I also think there should be a gopher, someone to go buy stuff, like a shopper. Do you have the mixing station yet, or not yet?
Yeah, we just haven't set it up.
Okay. If you want to
or
grab
did
it...
I buy it? Did I buy it, or... No, I don't think I bought it yet. I could buy it. Like a barge full of bricks. For real. Jeez, this thing. These aren't even prescription. They fuck with my vision.
Skate park. Oops. Come on. And then place the mixing station down. I want the warehouse so I can get more plants.
What do we need this other... We don't need this other bed, right?
We just need one bed.
Yeah.
I have it there. No, that's our only bed. We moved
Nope.
it from the motel.
There's another one over here.
Oh, why'd you put one out?
I'm actually going to put the mixing station right here. I'm going to go pawn off this bed. 10% chance of capsizing or being seized by authorities. Nice. How do I look? Do I look smart?
Purchase at least one mixing. Oh, they're really walking you through it, huh?
What would smart glasses be then, Cosmic? Horn-rimmed glasses? Okay. Librarian glasses.
Isn't that what he has on?
Yeah, right? That's what I thought. I have the librarian glasses on.
Oh, I hate the pawn shop guy. I hate him so much. And he tries to, like, gyp you for weed, too. He tries to undercut you.
Yep.
Are we? So.
What do I want to get? Oh, right.
Oh, I got the wrong soil.
Diesel.
My bad.
Oh, no. Yep. Bloop. Do we want to start?
What do you want
mixing
your
stuff?
first mixing ingredient to be?
I think this game has seen its time in spotlight, and if Dev were smart, he'd save a lot of his planned upgrades for the sequel. Nah, I think it's still fun, but like the subsequent updates need to like bring a lot of new content if they're gonna bring people back. Do we want to start mixing stuff?
I just bought a Cuke, a mouthwash, and a Red Bull. I wasn't sure what your first ingredient you wanted to be. You have a preference?
I'll use all three.
Body
Okay.
search for.
That's fair. That's not an unfair statement.
I think he should save some stuff for the sequel, but I do think he should at least finish out the game the way he wanted to. So I have to agree. Here you go. Here's some mixings. I just made one of each.
Yo.
Oh, I need sour diesel. Oh, I do have sour diesel. We're good.
Oh, if it's one of each, that only makes one thing.
Yeah, we just need to start a mix to get
No, that
to the
only
next
makes
thing,
like
and then
no, literally like one piece, like one single bud.
right. You want to make multiple?
Well,
I was just trying to get the storyline to keep moving.
oh. Okay, I guess.
I agree. The next one should be a full-blown cartel sim. Because that's what you have in the beginning, too.
Hairy cheese.
Hey, phone.
Fuck
Give
off.
me your house. Make a strain worth at least $60. I don't think I have enough food. Here are your two options. Yeah, but those are hot glasses. Not sure what kind of look you were going for. I do have 1, 2, 3, 4. Should have that. Okay, that.
Oh wow. Way to not pay attention. Okay.
That is true, Cosmic, but I also
oh my god,
like glasses.
what am I doing, dude?
You guys are going to learn a little too much about me, but I genuinely like glasses. And he's out dealing. Where is he? Over there. More open world would be fun. Going to nightclubs in different cities, giving people samples in the bathroom. That would be fun.
They released the game in 09 with 7 years, 2016. The hype died down to try to revive the franchise, releasing a movie. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways to expand this game, Neighborhoony. Oh, I see what you were trying to do. I fucked up. Samples in the bathroom. Yep. Fun. Very fun. Oh.
I don't think anything too graphic fits with the game aesthetic. That's true. It'll be fun though. Ooh, that's a good idea, Neighborhoony. But it would be interesting to like source stuff from different countries and manage the relationship and supply chains.
That'd
Let's
be super
tariff
cool.
them 160%.
Tariff them super hard. Extra hard tariff. Rigid extra girthy tariffs. Listen, I have the girthiest tariff. Yeah, I like those, Neighborhoony. I like those kinds of games as well. Big fan of Civilization. I love GTA. GTA is great. Pretty stoked for 6, even though it's not going to fucking come out on PC probably for like a year, 2 years afterwards. Rockstar. Rockstar. They kill me. They kill me with that. They fucking kill me. Crusader Kings is good.
Yeah. Skate park. That's not skate park.
Yeah, I think so too, neighbor Rooney. That would be a lot of fun. The restored kingdom starting as a mayor in Jerusalem. That was not easy. Wait, are you saying you made Eretz Yisrael? The Tucci rocking glasses with very articulated frames.
Ooh, I love a Stanley Tucci photo.
Oh, very nice.
Big fan of Stanley Tucci. My
He's a
house.
good actor.
He's fun.
A lot of fun.
Shut up, it's not expiring. We're literally right here.
It's expiring soon, Casper. That might make it lose some of its magic. Part of what made Schedule 1 so great is that a single person has been able to control the entire process and execute their vision in entirety. Yeah, a lot of games are like that. Like Stardew Valley is really good for that. I had to do the Ming Kingdom logo. Yeah, I get it.
Alright, now I just gotta make a strain worth $60. Do you remember how to do that? Which strains
Yeah,
are
I
the
just
best?
fucked up by making 3 different individual ones instead of one individual one high quality. So
Oh, okay.
we'll do it tomorrow. Sleepy time?
Let me try something real quick.
Okay.
Ah, darn.
What?
Oh, it wouldn't let me. I was gonna see if I can mix. Well, I could probably do that, actually. Yeah. You can mix the already mixed strains.
Yeah, but we don't have more shit. That's why.
Yeah,
To mix it
but I can
with
go
that.
get more shit real quick.
No, everything's closed. It's not gonna be open.
Not the gas marts.
I think the gas mart is closed.
For 24 hours.
I
Unless
still
something
need to play
changed.
it, Daniel. I've not played it. I've yet to play
I have
it.
been currently playing Oblivion for the first time. I'm an absolute virgin with Oblivion. I played Skyrim
I love that game.
every, biannually since it came out. And I lose
There's
about 6
one
months of
reason
my
why
life.
Oblivion gets big marks from me, and I think we all know what that is.
Don't spoil anything. Okay, what do you want me to get?
You already know this. We've already talked about it.
What makes it an expensive strain?
What do we have available to us?
Duke banana, pharmacetamol, blah, blah, blah,
Pharmacetamol.
donut, Viagra, mouthwash, flu medicine, gasoline, energy drink, and motor oil.
All right. No battery, horse semen, megabean.
No mega bean, no battery, no horse semen.
Okay. Get the paracetamol. Get some cuke. Get some motor oil. Those should be enough for now.
No mouthwash? I thought that makes
Maybe.
it expensive too.
I never used it in my mixes, but...
Okay, then I'll just pick it out. So pharmaceutical, cannabinol, puke, and motor oil.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Neighbor Rooney says you go faster if you do mouthwash and Red Bull for your personal use. Casper's using the puggy colors in chat. Look at that.
Well, it was originally my color. But I had to change it because when I became a mod, I didn't want people to think Puggy and I were the same person.
Yeah.
I changed it. But this is my color. Supposed to be my color. Always been my color.
And we gotta get our stand.
Ah, Krynax. Did you
Stand
guys see
timer.
that in chat? Did you guys see that in chat today?
What?
Krynax
What?
saying how he's
He
the
does
one who
all the
does most of
mod
the work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did see that. Man, Buckeye Mike, Blue Collar, neither one of them came over today. We gotta get our crew back. Gotta get our crew back, guys. 13 viewers, 14 viewer average. We could do better. We could do better.
You gotta start saying unhinged things.
Do I really want to say unhinged things? Okay, good.
Or just like fight each other.
Where's
again.
Scarecrow
did I
and
break
Candy?
it?
I don't know. Scarecrow's not here, and I don't know about Candy.
I know, we miss Candy.
Yep.
And Scarecrow. Of course we miss
Of
Scarecrow.
course we
too,
miss
but he's
Scarecrow.
been coming.
But Scarecrow,
he's been-
Scarecrow does show up from time to time.
Yeah, he comes by. Candy's the one who hasn't been by in a minute. Here you go. I made your $60 stream.
Yay.
I also made a couple other strains because fuck it, why not? Sell these. What do we have the most of? Oh, we don't have enough lands for me to sell the excess right now. Knock. Tim, do you want to buy something? Piggy. Oh, okay, fuck you. He never wants to buy anything from me.
Who?
I mean, it's true, Daniel.
Nah.
Don't you find
Not
it
really.
funny? Don't you find it funny, chat, that Jordan's political beliefs IRL is different than his political beliefs inside of the Marvel Universe?
How
Do you
is
guys
that
find
different?
that odd?
No. How is that different at all? That completely
you would not be
aligns with
fighting
my
for that
political
IRL.
beliefs. I would not be
You would not be
fighting.
fighting for that IRL.
You think that in real life I would be fighting for individuals to take the law into their own hands?
No, I think that you would not want them to have be on a fucking registry. The whole TISM thing.
I would not want people with superpowers, dangerous people, to be able to do whatever they want under their just own decision. No, I would not want that.
Where are we? I don't like that. I don't like your organizing. Organizing bothers me. That's not what the law was, Cosmic says.
I don't know what he's talking about. Well, the superpower was making armpit fart sounds that, well, fine. I don't give a shit about that superpower, Daniel. Do that wherever you want.
Order the dead drop. We can go to bed whenever you want.
Okay. Waiting in bed for you, honey.
Alright, I'm here. Get this night over with.
Peddler. Oh, Mixing Station 2. Yay!
Now
I'm
we have
gonna
motor oil.
I'm gonna sell this mix. Oh my god, you're like right in my face when I woke up.
I told you guys. Wait, no. Let me go on the camera real quick. Let me go in front of you. There we are. See, that's my purple.
Okay.
Purple. My hair was also this purple before. I loved it. Ugh. I might dye my hair tonight.
Ooh.
I might dye my hair tonight. I'm gonna go liberal blue, guys.
Tiny blue?
No, liberal blue.
Yeah, tiny.
Blue haired
tiny.
before he was.
Wait, where is it? Can I not get it? Do I have to go to the fucking...
I think we have to wait until we get
I have to go to the fucking
warehouse.
place. Oh, man.
That's why I've been pushing so hard to move forward. I'm like, I want the warehouse or whatever it's called. I miss the OG Ben 10. Oh.
Never watched it. I was too old for Ben 10.
Oh, yeah. The OG Ben 10. And the one where he was like a teenager, like 17, with him, Gwen, and Kevin. Oh, yes.
I was too old for that.
What else is new?
Rude.
Okay, I wasn't old enough for the Muppets, so that makes me feel any better.
Ben 10 and Batman Beyond cartoons are two of my favorites. Batman Beyond was fucking epic. I was not too old for Batman Beyond.
Country roads, take me home. I don't know why that song came up in my head.
Once we get battery and horse semen, I'm going to be able to make some of the best meth you've ever tasted.
Here we go. Warehouse is open, and we can now do meth.
J. Gain access to the warehouse. A wretched hive of scum and villainy. Ben 10 Alien Force. God, you children. You're all children.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to playing your LLM generated game.
Oh! Invincible on Prime reminds me of those shows, though. What? Isn't it like... I mean, like, I love Invincible, but it's like, those shows aren't, like, gory as fuck, right? Invincible's gory as fuck. Wait, what, Jordan World? What? Children? I was too old for Ben 10. Ben 10 was after my time.
Well, I feel like that's a you problem. And you don't... I don't think good shows have an age limit.
Listen. The superhero cartoon when I was a kid was Powerpuff Girls, okay?
Was what?
That's the OG. That's
Mickey Mouse? In 1920?
Powerpuff
30?
Girls.
Okay, Powerpuff Girls is amazing, so...
Yes!
At least... Okay, thank you. None of us are bronies, it's okay.
Right, Invincible reminds me of, like, what someone who loved Ben 10 as a kid... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. What, Mickey Mouse in the 1920s? Hey, that says more about you fuckers than me. You're watching a boomer.
What's wrong with mouse? Are you insulting the mouse on YouTube?
No, you are. You were.
You are insulting the mouse on YouTube? How dare you?
Were.
I was not. I said you're old.
Yeah,
because
you
Mickey
called
Mouse
it
started
old.
in what, the 30s?
Thereby implying it was
is
not
old.
good.
Why do you think they were lobbying so hard not to get it to be on a public what's it called?
Public domain.
Availability? Domain, thank you. Alright, so what are you growing right now?
What do we
Purple
got?
and sour?
I can do... Do you want me to do purple and sour?
I need you to do... OG, it goes over here. OG goes over here. Sour diesel. Organizing. Pisses me off. I need green crack. And OG, it looks like I'm gonna have. Need.
Okay. I'm planting them now.
Hey, Bruni, what's an LLM mean?
Large language model.
What does that mean?
What people like to call AI. So, like, ChatGPT is a large language model.
Oh.
Ben 10 is a bit after my time. My time is Batman Beyond. Static Shock, yep. I still like Ben 10. I think Ben 10 was a kid's show, but that's the same attitude people have watching Clone Wars. No! Look, it just wasn't in the right place. And it wasn't for me to watch it. And it wasn't Star Wars. What do you want?
You know, Daniel does have a point. You might think that Ben 10 was a kid's show, but that's the same attitude people have towards watching the Clone Wars TV show. Ew, brother, ew, it's a kiddie show. That's a good point. But there was a while in my teenagerhood where I didn't want to watch anything animated. Because I felt like that was for kids. And then I finally watched How to Train Your Dragon, and then I was like, never mind, animation's for everyone. I'm just running around doing nothing.
Oh, shit. Major shit is being talked in chat right now.
I know, I'm staying out of it. I don't know what anything means.
They're having a coder fight.
Nerd fight. Nerd fight. Ooh, chat. Chat. I have a question for you guys. I need your top... I know most of us are, you know, homebodies.
I don't think it's the standard yet, Cosmic. I'm almost positive it's actually not the standard yet. I think people want it to be the standard, but no, it's not quite mature enough yet.
You have the scissors on you? Yeah, you do.
Where? Where is that the standard for, like, maybe, like, for junior level stuff, but for, like, mid to senior? No shot.
Yeah, I need...
GitHub repos is not going to be something you're seeing with like mid to senior level coders at like big 5 companies. That's shit people do at home on their own. If we're talking about serious coding for like major companies, you're not going to be seeing senior or mid-level coders working with AI. You'll see junior level coders working with AI. For like basic shit. For boilerplate, I guess, yeah. But again, like boilerplate like is not usually something you're seeing from like a mid or senior level coder is what I'm saying. At least not in my experience. Then again, the last time I was a software engineer was like around COVID time. Most projects are on GitHub. Most is not the same as like top level. If you're going to look at the newly released OpenAI Codex is entirely on GitHub. Yeah, but that's... So OpenAI is not fully open source, right? If you're going to look at like the big ones, right? Like Apple, Netflix, Google, all those guys. Their source code is not on GitHub. And those guys, you're not going to be... In that case, you're probably not even going to have like junior coders using AI. White Express. That's good shit. That's good shit. No, that's not what I was saying, Cosmic. That's not what I was saying. I was saying, like, the big five, the major companies don't have their shit on GitHub. And they're not going to be using, like, LLMs. Senior devs working at, like, major companies are not going to be using AI for the work that they do at major companies. I'm talking about, like, the big five. The big five does not have their shit on GitHub. OpenAI has its shit on GitHub for very specific reasons. Chromium is open source. Of course it's on GitHub. Fuck.
You guys are bringing up some nostalgia, bringing up Raven stuff. I'm doing OG and Sour.
Android SDK is going to be on GitHub. All of Android is not on GitHub. It's proprietary.
White Express. Oh shit, we don't have any green crack.
Show
no,
me that all of Android is on GitHub. That would be news to me. While the complete Android operating system source code isn't directly available as single releases on GitHub. Thank you very much.
You have green crack on you?
Yes.
Okay.
Unpackaged. Let me package it. It proves exactly what I just said. It's not on GitHub. You just said it was. Giant code bases. That's true, but if we're talking about like a full code base, you're not going to see that on GitHub. And Neighbor Rooney, are you telling me that like you take like a senior dev at Apple? For example, I have a friend who's a lead dev at Netflix. I promise you right now, if I call him up, ask him if he's using LLMs for his coding, he's going to say, fuck no. Of course not.
Okay.
I never denied that GitHub is the code repo of the world. It's absolutely. I have shit on GitHub. That wasn't my point. So remember, this whole argument was constructed that there's all these senior devs on GitHub using LLMs and AI and stuff. And that's because they're working on shit on their own in a lot of these cases, which is fine. And then I said major company senior devs are not going to be using LLMs for GitHub. If you look at like the major companies, if you look at Apple and Google, they're not using AI for their code base. Well, looks like GitHub theoretically tells us going to generate code out of its projects. Yes, that's fine. But then, but again, like if you look at the major companies, they're not using generated code. At least not for like the major parts of their code bases. And there's like a really, really, really good reason why for that. Is because they're actually engineering their coding solutions. It's not a situation where an LLM is even going to have a lot of the answers to this. Everyone is using maybe some are dug in and refusing to adapt, but it really doesn't increase output when you use. So for like a junior, for like boilerplate and shit like that, Neighboruni, I have already said that, yeah, that makes sense. But if you're talking about the stuff that actually has to be engineered by like senior and in some cases mid-level devs, they won't be using LLMs because in a lot of these cases at like the big companies, they are actually engineering these coding solutions. And so an LLM in a lot of these situations is not going to have the basis for it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the actual in-depth shit that these major companies need senior, lead, and in some cases mid-level devs to do, an LLM is just not going to have the training to do. You're
Are
saying
you doing anything
senior
with
devs, you're Cosmic, you're saying senior devs are more likely to do boilerplate fucking LLM generated work? That doesn't make any sense. What were you going to say, Casper?
Oh, I was gonna ask. Or what are you using White Express for?
If you're talking about
That?
to supplement... Sorry, yeah, I just made it to give an expensive one for you to use.
Okay.
Debugging, yeah, debugging is great. And there, prior to like LLMs, you had like some pretty good programs for that. Like, I don't know if you guys ever used Quokka. Quokka was one that I used back in the day. But senior devs, if you're talking about like the shit that they normally would have junior devs do to like make a boilerplate as a supplementary thing, yes. But if you're talking about actual software engineering, absolutely not. When they're actually having to engineer solutions that don't exist, you can't even use an LLM for that. You can try, but it's not going to be very reliable. Yeah. Then what are we even fucking arguing about? Oh. If your claim was that a majority of code being added to GitHub is generated code, that I don't necessarily have an argument with because I don't honestly know. Mm, that's a secondary argument. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. The bulk of their work is not going to be boilerplate. Maker Schedule 1 can use image gen and 3D model generator to scale the world they created. At the size of the world that this is, I don't think you would want to employ that. Personally. Because it's still pretty small. God damn it. I hate it when the leaves fall into the fucking bucket. And I can't reach them. It's not your fault. Then I have no choice.
You hear that, chat? He's yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you.
He's yelling at me.
When did I yell at you?
Just now.
I wasn't yelling at you.
Just raise your voice at me.
I raised my voice at the game. Team. Maybe all one has to do is refine the game loop and the assets can be auto-generated. Some assets could be auto-generated. But you're still gonna, you're still gonna have to quality control them.
Oh, where's Green Crack?
We're almost out of baggies. I've got Sour Diesel and OG Kush coming right up.
Oh, yay. Sweet. We can finally order larger quantities of...
Nice. We can meet up with bro?
Seeds. Yep. Seeds. And I just ordered my first dead drop from meth.
Yes. Good. We only need a couple more things and then I can make the most expensive meth. We need to go to the new place though.
Okay.
And let me just, I'll handle the meth setup. We're going to need to get cook or whatever.
What do you... Oh, okay. What do you... Eastern Mart.
Oh, are you going to Homeboy?
To...
I'm coming. Oh, you have cash, right?
Yeah, I have cash.
I'm running over because I want to see the stock.
Oh, are you going... You mean the seed guy?
Yeah, no, to the wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Warehouse? Okay.
To the warehouse. Oh no, coppers!
I'm under arrest. Hold on. I can't get my machete. I can get my machete soon. Whee!
Let me in. Can I come in? 6 p.m. It's past 6 p.m.
You have to go to the other one.
The other door?
Yeah, the other door.
No! Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Thanks. What sort of stuff do you sell? Okay, thanks. I'd like to purchase something. Okay. Obviously, we need the shit that we need to make meth. I'm gonna need a nice good mixing station, chemistry station, lab oven. Und that's it. Damn, Challenge is getting smacked down in chat right now. Holy shit. This. Oh, you just uploaded. I'm going to pull out some cash so I can buy the stuff. I'm withdrawing 5,000. Okay. I would like to purchase, let's say, 10 acid, 10 phosphorus, and then, get the meth stuff. Right? Then we'll add a mixing station. Are we going to leave the weed grow in the little apartment? Casper?
What was that? Sorry.
Are we gonna leave the weed grow in the little apartment?
Yeah, we can leave the weed growing in the apartment.
Okay. So we add a packing station, a chemistry station, and a lab oven. Ooh, I'm missing just a little bit of money. I need a little bit more money to buy all of the things we need. We'll just take 500. Okay, and we go and we buy the things. We buy the things. So we're gonna need to get the bungalow, I guess. That's the house, the little house. Hi, Stan. Oh no, coppers! It's the Popo. Oh. Oh. Running through the back streets. Go, 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 go. Hi. So, how much does it cost for the for that house? For the little house?
I believe it's 10K.
And how much do you have in cash?
I don't have any. I just deposited all
We just
the
deposited it?
all my
Okay,
funds.
so we're gonna need more money before we head on over. So I'm just gonna hold this stuff here for now. And then, let's see, I'll plant some more shit. Well, what strains do you want me to grow?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Okay.
So what strain we need? We need green. We need green crack.
That's it?
Well, we need green crack and purple and OG and sour, but right now we're completely out of green crack.
So I'm gonna do green crack and perp.
Yeah, and then here's the farm meth stuff.
Yay.
Here's some more.
Pseudo.
That started. I have no cash. Whoops. Oh, cops. Ooh, I can get my machete now. Yay!
Yes.
Need to get cash though. Did you buy any more weed grow stations, or are you just gonna switch right to
I'm gonna go right to meth. I feel like,
and not do any more weed?
well, I'll focus on meth. You can focus on weed. Because I have a pretty good meth like recipe.
Okay.
Denial is a river.
Okay, cops are dead. We can run free now. Or at least the ones in front of the taco
listen
shop.
to that. You see that, guys? I'm working with a cop killer here.
Yes.
Working
You've
with a
established
cop
this.
killer. Well, I'm not ready to do meth yet because we need to buy the They're not dead. What do you mean?
The ones in front of the. I
I'm
told
under
you the ones in front of the taco spots were.
arrest.
You can't kill a car. Where are you?
Fuck off, cops.
Gas Mart?
Yeah, I'm going to the gas mart. Fuck off, coppers. Okay, I'm almost in the clear.
Can't even find them.
I'm in the clear. Oh, hey. Let's see. Do we have all the things we need? I'd like to purchase something. Nope, we still need batteries and horse semen. And then once we have batteries and horse semen, ooh, my meth is going to be like 360 something bucks a pop. Why am I red? Did you hit me?
Maybe.
Unbelievable. Okay, so
It's just a one tap. It was one tap.
unreal.
You'll be fine as long as you don't get shot by a cop.
I'm bleeding out now. I'm dying. Good job.
Maybe a little chop on the shoulder. It's okay. I'll live.
All right, come on, let's go sleep. And then
But a flesh wound.
you heard it.
Yeah,
You
Daniel,
heard me
it's the
right,
best
Daniel.
one.
You heard me right.
But you didn't buy any more grow stations, just the meth stations. Okay.
Yeah, we can buy grow stations too. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I was just asking. I gotta bounce out of here soon. I wasn't able to get any further than 30 anyway.
Come to sleep, and then you can take off. Are you still gonna be like in chat and stuff?
Yeah, I'll still be in chat and stuff. I just
Okay.
gotta go be a house fairy, do kitchen things. I took my break.
Okay. Let's see. What did we get? Did we get horse semen yet? And battery? We got mega bean. Is that it? Okay. Let me save. Game is saved. Cool. Quitting.
Bye guys.
Hi, dying.
I'll
I'm
see you in
dead.
chat.
Talk to you later. All right. Let's start with stuff. Let's start with our political shit. All right. Let's start with something kind of funny. This is fucking
Thank you,
great.
Madam.
This is just fucking hilarious, guys. And we know exactly why she's going to answer this way, too. But it's so fucking funny to me that this is what happened. Anyway, I don't want to say too, I don't want to preface this too much.
Secretary, you have an important job. I think you have one of the most important jobs in the cabinet. Thank you for doing it. I want you to have credibility and be taken seriously as you do the job. And so I want to put to rest this question about Mr. Garcia in this photo that the president posted on April 21. Madam Secretary, you agree that the letters MS and the number 13 in Times Roman numeral font, that they are doctored on this photo, right?
Congressman Abrego Garcia.
No, I'm just asking about this photo.
We're already doing it. It's like, listen, this is doctored, right? Right? This is doctored, right? We all know it's doctored, right? All she has to do is say yes. All she has to do is say, Congressman Abrego Garcia is, oh my God, dude.
It wasn't based off of tattoos. It was based off an entire case.
And I'll accept that
case against him.
for the purpose of this question. You agree, though, that this is doctored. Is that right?
The same protocols that are
Madam
applied
Secretary,
to every
I want you to have
with law
credibility,
enforcement.
and I want you to be taken seriously. Is this doctored or is it not
Sir,
doctored?
I am taken quite seriously
Is it
because I
doctored
approach
or
my
not
job
doctored?
with the importance that the president has given me to do
I
my
understand.
job.
Is it doctored or
One
not
thing
doctored?
that's important to remember is that every single time a case is built,
Madam
against
Secretary, I have a
individuals in the
7-year-old, a
same
6-year-old, and a
protocols.
3-year-old. I have a bullshit detector. I'm just asking you, is this doctored or not doctored?
Sir, the protocols in the case built against.
Can you
Abrego
answer the
Garcia
question?
were
Oh my
exactly the
God.
same.
Madam
I
Secretary,
don't have
you're-
any knowledge as to that photo you're pointing to.
Okay, can you?
Oh my God! Dude, that is so pathetic.
Walk with the photo down there. No, that one. Please take a look at this photo. It was tweeted by the president on April 21. It's been hanging out there for about a month.
So what is your point?
My question is the numbers and the letter MS-13. Could you look at the photo, please? It's right in front of
Are
you.
you saying Abrego Garcia is not a wife
No,
beater?
no, ma'am.
That he's not a criminal,
Ma'am,
he's not a human
you,
trafficker, and he's
ma'am,
not a
you,
member of MS.
you vouched for Mr. Garcia when
You're
your
vouching
team
for
said,
a man
ma'am, you
that is
vouched
a
for him when
known
you said he was
violent
mistakenly
criminal.
deported.
Sir,
I didn't vouch for him.
I did not say
In that
He
photo,
should have been deported. Absolutely.
it's so
There was
telling
never
that
a
you
mistake
won't look at the
deporting,
photo.
And we will not be bringing
Was
him back
it
to
doctored or not?
in staying here.
Can you look to your right at the photo in front of you?
Away.
Madam Secretary, can you look to the right at the photo in front of you?
I have seen this
Okay.
photo as you held it behind your head.
Thank you. And the letters MS and the numbers 13, are those
Is
doctored
this your
or
entire
not?
testimony today is on a doctored photo? You don't want to talk about the facts?
She just
Okay,
okay.
so you-
so
Of our
she
national
she does
security?
know it's doctored. Oh, she messed up. She messed up. Uh-oh. He's gonna be mad. Daddy's gonna be angry.
You acknowledge it was
Do
doctored.
to make sure that the United States is protected.
Madam
in-
Secretary,
from
this is not a
violent
hard question.
criminals?
Are those doctored or not? Is
Sir,
that actually on his hand or not?
This is unbelievable to me that you're focused.
It's unbelievable to me that you can't look at the photo and tell the
I
American
looked at
people.
the photo, but I don't have any knowledge as to this photo.
Okay, so it's been hanging out there for 4 weeks. You are one of the chief law enforcement officials in the country. What have you done to investigate whether the president misrepresented the reason that that person has been detained?
Sir,
have
we
you
spend our
done
time-
anything to try and figure out whether that was doctored or not?
The mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our nation and to make sure that we're out there going after those that are the worst of the worst, the criminals, the bad actors. Abrego
Yes.
Garcia.
So the answer is
a
you've done
known
nothing to
terrorist,
correct the
member
president.
of MS-13, a wife beater and a human trafficker that should never have been in this country to begin with.
So, Madam Secretary, thank you, Mr. Burnett.
That is wild. Fucking wild. All right. So yeah, it looks like they're doing the birthright citizenship thing right now. I don't know. So from what I've been reading, this ruling, I don't know if it's going to be like a final precedent-setting thing on birthright citizenship, if they should rule against it, because I do think it's like a very specific case. They haven't ruled on it yet, I don't think. Supreme Court heard arguments. I don't think they can rule against it because Trump's lawyers are appealing the injunction. Okay, that's what I thought. Is that the injunction that was just upheld? But no, that was the injunction they upheld was the Alien Enemies Act one, right? Which is a separate one. Executive order to end birthright citizenship. This case isn't looking at the order's legality, but rather how much power judges have to block presidential policies. Exactly. Directs federal agencies not to recognize the citizenship of children born in the U.S. unless at least one parent is a citizen and permanent resident. Lawsuits led federal judges in 3 states to issue nationwide injunctions. Lawyers on either side of the case wrangled over the practical effects of not having a national standard for citizenship, while some justices asked why the case focused on the injunctions but not Trump's order. Let's see. Is this what Tiny was watching earlier, or was he watching the one about the Alien Enemies Act? He was watching the one about the Alien Enemies Act, right? Government said Trump's policy should be in effect for anyone who doesn't try to challenge it. Some justices questioned the practical effects of that patchwork scenario. Just as the administration avoided asking the Supreme Court to rule directly on the policy because they knew they would lose. I feel like I remember Justice Kagan saying that earlier in the thing that Tiny was watching when he was watching the arguments. They suggested the administration avoided anything. Here's the highlights. Okay. It could be unprecedented chaos. Delay benefits for programs like Medicaid. Yeah, like stopping nationwide injunctions creates such a problem. That's the whole point. Like, this would be like overwhelming the system on steroids. That seems like the whole point. It's like, if they can do that. He was watching Birthright. Okay, cool. I feel like Kagan was admonishing these lawyers pretty resoundingly. And the arguments she was making were pretty strong on just a procedural basis. Not even about, like, the merits in general, but the procedure itself. She was talking about how they mentioned already, that you didn't bring the actual, merits of the case because you knew you would lose. That's why you're working on the injunctions. And if we do block injunctions, how are you going to, how are we actually going to be able to litigate all of these different things? The whole purpose here is to slow down the possibilities for that litigation and gum up the courts. Justices suggest a ruling on injunctions rather than birthright. So was this the 7-2 ruling? Or this was just the arguments and they haven't made a ruling yet? The 7-2 ruling was on the Alien Enemies Act, right? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing people say the justices are divided on this birthright thing. I don't think so, man. It seems to me like they're gonna rule that this will stay, but we'll see. No, so I don't think it'll be 9-0. Thomas and Alito will definitely dissent. It's not going to be 9-0 because they're not ruling on actual birthright citizenship because they knew that would be 9-0. So they're ruling on the nationwide injunction, which won't override or set a precedent against birthright citizenship if they were to win. Because they know that if they brought an actual birthright citizenship challenge, they would lose probably 9-0. I want to talk to my uncle about this case, honestly. Well, the issue of the federal court ruling not binding the executive would technically enable violations. Yes, but the thing is, they know that they would lose on those violations when challenged, but the way that if they were to rule against the nationwide injunction, that would essentially allow them to gum up the courts because it wouldn't be realistic it wouldn't be realistic for them to be able to like litigate every single one of those in a timely manner. That would sort of be the strategy. Which is exactly what Justice Kagan was pointing out. I'm going to see if I can... Do we have that? Just like that excerpt. Exactly, Oreo. Which is why it's important for them to rule in favor of this. All right. So this is like a 4-minute.
Justice Kagan?
So, General, on this question of expedition, I mean, it sort of depends on the government's own actions in a case like this one, where one can expect that there is not going to be a great deal of disagreement among the lower courts. I mean, let's assume that you lose in the lower courts pretty uniformly, as you have been losing on this issue, and that you never take this question to us. I mean, I noticed that you didn't take the substantive question to us. You only took the nationwide injunction question to us. I mean, why would you take the substantive question to us? You're losing a bunch of cases, this guy over here, this woman over here, you know,
I'm not sure that Alito or Thomas care too much about that at this point. The other 7 probably will.
Have to be treated as citizens, but nobody else will. Why would you ever take this case to us?
Well, in this particular case, we have deliberately not presented the...
This guy's going to sound like RFK Jr. real soon. Just give him a couple more years.
merits to this court on the question of the scope of remedies, because, of course, that makes it a clean vehicle where the court doesn't have to look at the past.
You're ignoring the import of my question. I'm suggesting that in a case in which the government is losing constantly, there's nobody else.
One of the worst justices in the history of the United States
is going to appeal. They're winning. It's up to you to decide whether to take this case to us. If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case. So you just keep on losing in the lower courts, and what's supposed to happen to prevent that?
Again, I respectfully disagree with that forecast of the merits, but in response to the question, what I would say is we have an adversarial system, and if the government is not, for example, not respecting circuit precedent on the court's hypothetical in the Second Circuit, someone injured in the Second Circuit could take the case up, and they could say, look, the government is violating circuit precedent on the hypothetical multiple circuits.
That's the case we're going to take? Somebody who says, you know, after we've said that this all has to be done one by one by one, then we're going to take a case from somebody who objects to proceeding one by one by one?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I understood the hypothetical.
If you win this challenge and say there is no nationwide injunction and it all has to be through individual cases, then I can't see how an individual who is not, you know, being treated equivalently to the individual who brought the case would have any ability to bring the substantive question to us.
They would bring a lawsuit in the federal district courts against the government for an injunction.
It's a very good point. Because it would never actually it would get ruled in their favor. It would never make its way to the Supreme Court because who's going to rule against it? So it would get lost in the federal courts, and then they're not going to challenge it to the Supreme Court because they know if they challenge it to the Supreme Court, not only are they going to lose, but it's going to set a precedent. It's a really, really smart way of looking at it. Really smart argument that Justice Kagan is making here.
Protecting them, and if the government wasn't respecting, you know, on the hypothetical circuit
and
precedent,
then they win. And again, I mean, you need somebody to lose,
but nobody's
going to lose in this case. It's just you're going to have like individual by individual by individual, and all of those individuals are going to win, and the ones who can't afford
are saying 2 years, we already know how the liberal justices are going to vote. Yeah, but her argument here and the point she's making here is very, very big. Like, this is a really important argument. I don't really care what Alito and Thomas have to say. I want to hear what Roberts and Barrett have to say. Let me see if I can
to go to court. They're the ones who are going to lose.
the tools that are provided to address hypotheticals like this, again,
This is not a
disagree with that.
hypothetical. This is happening out there, right? Every court has ruled against you.
We've only had snap judgments on the merits. You know, obviously, we're fully.
Listen, I wouldn't be shocked if he went either way, because Thomas is kind of it's hard to know what Thomas is going to go for. But if he ruled with the liberal justices on this one, I mean, it seems kind of clear to me, but that's true, Neighboruni, but like this one it would really be an abdication of judicial power, and I don't think Roberts, especially with the statement he made the other day, is going to want to do that. And Barrett, I mean, listen, she was not cool on Roe v. Wade, and Neighboruni, you and I can probably talk a little bit about that a little later, but give her credit where credit's due. She's ruled pretty fairly, pretty correctly for a lot of the rulings that she's made. Well, we should do it. Well, okay, let's see what Kavanaugh said. They don't have a lot on Roberts.
The Supreme Court.
Kavanaugh said. Let's finish this first, though.
Briefing the merits in the courts of appeals, and our arguments are compelling. More fundamentally, in response to the question.
I'm suggesting to you, like, the real brunt of my question is, in a case like this, the government has no incentive to bring this case to the Supreme Court because it's not really losing anything. It's losing a lot of individual cases which still allow it to enforce its EO against the vast majority of people to whom it applies.
And again, Rule 20.
That Roe v. Wade was right for the Supreme Court. Congress needed to address it, but they refused to. Yeah, Neighboruni and I were having this conversation earlier. Casper and I were talking about this as well. I agree it should have been codified, but I do believe that Roe v. Wade was constitutionally upholdable based on precedent. The precedent from Griswold, I think, applied very clearly. Very clearly.
23 provides an avenue to address those very concerns.
Thank you.
I don't think so. I think Neighboruni, if you look at Griswold, I think it very clearly falls under the precedent set by it.
Justice Gorsuch?
Well, Justice Kagan asked my questions better than I could have. How do you suggest we reach this case?
Oh. Well, look at that.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Well, Justice Kagan asked my questions better than I could have. How do you suggest we reach this case?
That's good to hear from Gorsuch. We get a little nugget from Gorsuch right there. Perhaps a bit complicated to implement with two parties. No, I don't think so. I think individuals have the right to their own privacy. From a moral perspective, I think it's important that people include both parties in the discussion. But from a legal perspective, no, I think it's up to the woman. I think that seems very clear to me if we're talking about the case of abortion.
The merits expeditiously.
There is a number of tools the court could do that. We think this case is one that cries out for percolation, that the court should allow the lower courts to address the merits issue multiple times. It's currently on briefing.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, again, if you're doing that, it's never going to make its way up to the Supreme Court to set a precedent, because you're never going to win any of those birthright citizenship cases, and you're never going to appeal it to the Supreme Court because you know you're going to fucking lose. And Roe's creation of a trimester framework was clearly legislating from the bench. Sure, but Congress wasn't going to do the job. So it fell to the court, and that happens sometimes. No? I mean, like, that's sometimes it falls to the court to legislate from the bench. That's how our system is set up. If Congress has a problem with it, then fucking codify it. And they won't have to legislate it from the bench. The problem was you had the case, it went to the Supreme Court, and they had to rule. And multiple Republican and conservative justices have upheld that ruling afterwards, by the way. And it was ruled in a Republican majority court. But that's a separate judicial matter from Roe v. Wade. Cosme. But then they shouldn't have, if that's the case, they shouldn't have struck it down before it was codified. However, again, I believe if you look at Griswold, I believe, and we can do a whole debate over this maybe next time. I believe it pretty clearly covers it in precedents. And these are kind of outside the purpose of the court. The court is there to interpret the Constitution and legal laws, not to create new ones. Yes, that is generally the case, Neighbor Rooney. However, when given a case where there is no law set or no precedent, they have to make a ruling. And they ruled based on the 14th Amendment and a precedent-setting case. Casey, hang on. Casey v. Planned Parenthood. I thought Griswold was... It's the 9th and 14th Amendments. Griswold does cite the 14th Amendment. Well, it matters what the court says in that case, Oreo. Because when you don't have a law from Congress and the court is ruling on it, then they are the ones who have to set that precedent aside from law. That's fine that it would have been stronger under the Equal Protection Clause, but the ruling was the ruling, and I think it's a valid ruling. And earlier I said, well, then, somebody should be challenging some of these laws under equal protection. I hope so, but also, why hasn't it yet? Because there are already some pretty outstanding cases and opportunities here. In the case of Griswold, Neighbor Rooney, you are right about the right to privacy being with the doctor and their medical, and having to share medical information. And I disagree. I think the precedent set by the courts, not only was it reasonable, it was upheld over and over again. And for good reason. And also, the trimester framework was overruled in Casey in favor of the viability requirement. Well, I don't really know what to say to that, neighbor. And it's, look, I think it was constitutionally sound through the rulings and the precedents that were set. They overturned a bunch of these precedents with the single Dobbs ruling. I think that was a literalist interpretation. And that's not how I see the Constitution. I think it's less weak when we talk about how often those precedents were upheld. I think there was good argument for why those precedents were upheld. And they modified those precedents with further precedent-setting rulings as well to make that argument more sound. Gratitude rights to privacy, correct, based on a precedent, because the Constitution itself does not outline a right to privacy. And the judiciary is the one who decided when those rights apply to individuals. That was the precedent to which I was referring. What's your contention with Griswold? Can you give me specific contention? Because there were also prior rulings that cited right to privacy. I agree, Cosmic. It is specifically a judicial question. Neighboruni is contending that the right to privacy was not the best right for the courts to use in their ruling on this case, and that either A, codifying abortion protections would have been the way to go, which of course it would, or B, equal protections would have been the way to rule, which I could see that argument, but I also don't believe that the ruling in Roe v. Wade is weak enough for it to be unconstitutional. I understand the penumbra argument, but it wasn't just Griswold, right? Like Map v. Ohio is one, for example, that specifically enumerates the right to privacy. There are multiple prior cases that ruled on this. I mean, the right to privacy. So yeah, we're talking about penumbral rights. But Map v. Ohio cites the Fourth Amendment as creating a right to privacy no less important than any other right, carefully and particularly reserved to the people. Right, but there were prior cases that cited a right to privacy. Griswold was the one that set the precedent for it as part of the 14th Amendment. So there were other ones that cited different amendments. But the idea that the right to privacy is not, I mean, while not specifically outlined in the Constitution, is still protected by it. For example. I'm not going to go through all of those. I think that is a I think that is a statement from a more literalist position, which again, I'm not a literalist. I don't know if easily is the proper word. I think if we're looking at the Constitution written in 1776 and we're not taking interpretive arguments, we are doomed to having less rights rather than more rights. I very much believe in the living, breathing Constitution as there will always be textualists in the court, and I disagree with that as a hard reading of the Constitution. I just disagree with that. I flatly disagree with textualism as like a hard way to look at the Constitution. I think a document like that has to be able to evolve. certain things through amendments. Obviously, that's one way. But our court system is made to be interpretable. I mean, like, okay. I think I'll say this, Nebruni. I think they have an inherent advantage in some sense, but I think a very well formulated interpretive argument does have the potential to be stronger than a textualist argument. But there is an advantage to an inherent advantage to a textualist argument. Equal protection clause would have been the proper avenue for Roe. And that's fine. But again, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but my contention isn't that it wouldn't have been. My contention is that the Roe ruling under the right to privacy was a valid ruling. Is that just like a general statement, Cosmic? As in, like, we made them up? What argument, Cosmic? Be more specific. I'm trying to understand what you mean. That's what I was saying earlier, Casper. I was saying when it reached the court, there was no law that was in place, and so the court did have to make that ruling. Neighbor Rooney said that was legislating from the bench, and I said it may well have been legislating from the bench, but they had to create that precedent because there was no precedent. They had to legislate from the bench. They didn't have another choice. There are many, many justices who disagree with you on that, Neighbor Rooney. And originalism is a relatively new school of thought. That's all rights, Cosmic. All rights are made up. The right to privacy was established as an interpretation of amendments, not rights. Oh, Jockstar! Let's go! I don't even think he's here, but dubs for Jockstar. We all agree. I mean, like, everybody agrees it should have been codified. I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that it should have been codified, right? But it wasn't by the time it got to the court. And so the court had to make a ruling. They had to set a precedent. And I think they set the right precedent. Could they have done it under a better amendment? Possibly. But I still think the ruling that they made was sound. That was part of their rule. Yeah, that was part of their ruling in Dobbs, Cosmic. And they're wrong. Because it's been ruled many times. You can have the legislative branch. I mean, what do you think? What do you think amendments are? That's what an amendment is, Cosmic. The legislative branch can determine what is like part of the Constitution or what is law, and then justices, when confronted with a new law or a challenged law, will determine if it's constitutional or not. But if justices are brought a law for which they have no precedent, then they have to make a ruling. And yes, some people might call that legislating from the bench, but if you don't have a choice, you have no choice, and you have to legislate from the bench. Yeah, and I would expect to see more challenges pushing that forward in the future, and perhaps one of those would end up overturning Roe v. Wade. Who knows? Why is it a legislative question? It's not, so it's a little fuzzy. It's not necessarily a legislative question. They were brought to determine the constitutionality of protecting abortion rights. They ruled under the rights to privacy, which was an interpretation of different amendments, that abortion was protected under that right to privacy. Had the legislative branch codified it, they probably would have had to rule on that, and then they would have determined if that codification was constitutional. Right. Banning the abortion. I think it was right to privacy with regards to abortion. Yeah, specifically as it pertained to abortion. But some of the conservative justices, like Thomas, said that we should review some of those older rulings and to pull back on some of the rights to privacy in the future as well, which would be fucked. Thomas specifically. Because he's a fucking dickbag. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you don't get to be a Supreme Court justice without being brilliant.
I have entered chat.
I do believe he's bright, Cosmic. I believe he's very intelligent. He knows exactly what he's doing. Hey, Casper.
Hello.
Neighbor Rooney, do you want to jump up here? It's specifically in regards to abortion, Neighbor Rooney.
It established a woman's constitutional right to choose an abortion, specifically based on a right to privacy implied by the 14th Amendment.
No,
This
I think he's
decision
talking about.
recognizes that
I think he's talking about Dobbs.
Oh, Dobbs. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, see, no, Rooney, that's the same way I feel.
Where's Sleepy been? I really want to get Sleepy's thoughts on this.
Me too. So did we go over what happened to? Her name was Allison.
I have it up on screen right now.
Adriana.
I think
Adrena.
everybody knows about it. It's fucked up.
I don't think there's a single woman in my entire life who's not fucking pissed.
Why do you think Thomas is bright?
Because he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing, Cosmic. And you don't get to become a Supreme Court justice without being an intelligent person. I'm sorry. You just don't.
Well. Isn't Thomas the one who wants to vote against interracial marriage even though he's black?
I don't
Married to a white
about
woman.
that. Yeah, I don't think so.
Or is he the one who put his like? Is that the one that was found on Pornhub? Making comments?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Or some guy high up in government who someone found his Pornhub account where he was commenting shit on Pornhub.
I mean, he went to Yale. Dude went to Yale.
Okay, yeah, but Yale,
He's not
yeah,
an
but
idiot.
Ivy Leagues don't matter anymore. It's all about if you're rich or not to get to Ivies.
He went to Yale in like what? The 70s, 80s?
So what do we do? Anita Hill? Look that up.
74 he graduated from Yale. Yeah, he went to Yale when black people didn't go to Yale. I mean, dude's a smart guy. I don't like he can be a shitty justice and still be a smart guy. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Anita Hill
Exactly, Oreo.
testifies sexual harassment.
Yeah, he's sexually harassing
In the
Anita Hill, I guess is what they're saying. And he was confirmed by the narrowest margin in a century at that point.
Unfortunately, evil is oftentimes smart.
Mm-hmm. Not Trump, though.
No, I think he's dying.
Yeah, his brain is leaving. Oh, I feel like I could have a really interesting conversation with you on this, neighbor Rudy. It's a shame that you don't like to talk on the internet. Who are these smart, evil people? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Hitler?
I don't think it was
Probably
Hitler.
one.
I think it was Hitler's like right hand men, like his generals and
Hitler
such.
not smart? Listen, I really don't want to get into an argument about Hitler being smart, okay? That makes me feel icky.
I think the same way that Trump
Netanyahu.
isn't smart. I think the same way Trump isn't smart, but the people around him are. He's evil. Like Trump is evil, dumb.
I know. I don't know
But
what
the
I'm
people around
saying.
him are
I don't
evil
know if I don't really think Netanyahu's evil. That was just the first name that came in my mind. I don't like him very much, but I don't know if I think he's evil. Let's see. Smart, evil people. I don't know. I mean, like, there's a lot of them. What about the Kochs? The Koch brothers. Pelosi is not evil. You think the Koch brothers aren't evil? They're pretty awful, man. What about Mengele? Did the twins thing. She, it's a good one. Edison and Tesla, honestly, both pretty bad fucking people. What?
Now we're gonna
Oh.
get philosophical,
Yeah,
Cosmic.
I really don't want to get into that.
What is
I really
evil?
don't want to get into that
What is
whole
good?
thing. I really don't want to get into that whole thing. Oh, Cosmic. Oh no, buddy. My hands are
Do what you
tied,
want.
buddy. You know what happens. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just the way it goes. It's the way she goes, bud. Wait, what?
You know what? I think we should give him a.
There was
we
an
should give him
error
a.
sending my message. What the fuck?
Oh, Kick read my mind. I think we should give him some grace because I did quite a few typos when I was getting pissed in chat earlier.
Is Kick being retarded right now?
It might be. I don't. No one refresh your shit.
Don't refresh!
I just clicked a new tab and it looks okay. If I go back to my phone.
I mean,
Yeah, it's looking alright to me so far.
Oh yeah, dude. Everybody's chill here. Of course. That's why we gotta get more people in here. We gotta get more people.
Oh, yeah. I yell and scream all the time at Jordan, and we're good 5 minutes later.
It's because I like it.
I yell and scream at everyone pretty much all the time.
It's because I like it.
I think everyone likes it. Yeah, give Cosmic some grace because I had quite a few typos and I didn't get.
I'll let it go. I let it go. Kick didn't want me to post the message, so
Good on Kick.
he gets away with it.
Fucking up for the right reasons this time. Is Tiny gonna get mad since we call him Tiny? I've been meaning to ask that. Like, does he get mad when we say Tiny?
We're nobody. He doesn't care.
No, I don't mean us. I mean us. I meant us in the comments. In his comments.
What about Goebbels, Cosmic?
Oh no.
Or Eichmann?
There we go. 20 views? Sweet. We got some people in.
What?
Refreshing. Oh, we went from 14 to 20, so some people jumped in. Hello.
Right when I was yelling, "Hello, new people."
I think Kick is being dumb again.
Kick is being dumb. Prefer robust exchanges. It's the nice people I can't stand. What do you mean? I'm nice, Cosmic. All right, Goebbels. Okay. What about Rasputin?
Oh yeah, that was a smart evil person.
He was a moron. I don't think so. He was the
was a
puppet
con
master of
artist.
the Romanovs. He ran like a shadow government. Oh
Get it
no.
down, but
Again?
I will.
Oh, no indications of problems. What are you talking
You.
about?
Damn
What are you talking about, neighbor Rooney? Hey!
Fix your shit, Dick.
I think back then you could get away with being a moron as long as you had a presence. Cosmic, you have a very high bar for what is evil. Oh, now we're at 14 again. Damn it.
Oh, we're still 20 for me.
Nope. You'll see.
Darn.
Um,
I'm sorry. I took a couple days off from Tiny Stream. Apparently, I don't do anything now.
yeah. All right, boys.
There.
We've been stuck around the same amount of people for like a couple weeks now. Let's all do our part to try to get a few more people over here and there. If you have friends in real life who like politics, who you like to debate with, tell them to come over here. If you get into a good argument with somebody in Tiny Stream, tell them to come over here, right? Let's try to grow us a little bit more.
Friends in real life? Yeah. I know, it is Friday night. We're here again. All of us. Oh, good. One of my favorite Friday night activities. Yelling at people about politics and various other nerd things.
Here's an evil genius, Hannibal Lecter, who I know very well. Alexander the Great. Smart guy, really smart. I did cover it a little bit, Rooney. But also, like, what's worked best for me is, like, when y'all are chatting with people in Tiny's chat and you just say, yo, you should come over
Hey,
here
was that
later.
the day that Kick was down? The Hassan Ethan live? Was that?
No, not live.
Was that the day that?
Not live. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, the Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing is kind of sucky because if something drops on a Tuesday or Thursday or weekend, which I think the Hassan Ethan thing did.
Well, I'll say
It
this.
dropped on like a Tuesday.
Once I get verified, I'll probably do Monday through Friday.
Who wants to be nominated as mod? Because I can't do Monday through Friday.
Well, you can be here when you're here. And then on other
I'm
days,
here
there'll
when
be
I'm
other
here.
people.
Yeah. What about Caesar? Wasn't he smart but evil?
I think he's a little more complicated.
But here's the thing, though. We're getting really far back. If we're talking the Romanovs, that's 100 years ago. So a lot of those have turned into like folklore or fairy tale now.
Yeah. All right, let's see. James Tiberius Kirk. Agreed. Oh, by the way, did you guys see that Qatar's gift to Trump is an unsold plane it's actually been trying to dump off for years?
What, the $400 million plane?
Yeah, it's been
It'll
trying
take
to get
9
rid of it
years
for years.
to actually make. It'll take 9 years to get up to cuff for a president to be on.
Yep.
Even though he'll supposedly be out of office by then.
Yep.
And cost what? How much millions of dollars to get up to president standards?
Oh, yeah, and also Trump is trying to redo the nuclear deal that Obama already had, basically, that he tore up when he came in. Did y'all see that? Oh, God. There were many Caesars. You had to be very pedantic about it, didn't you, Cosmic?
Oh no.
Pronounced nuclear. Let's see. I'm trying to find.
Personally, I can't wait to see a side-by-side comparison to Obama and Trump Iran deals.
It's going to be the same, but slightly
And for
worse. It
Trump to be the
probably
same,
will
but
be,
slightly worse.
honestly. Yeah. Remember how they were all talking, oh, we're going to have the Russians and the Ukrainians talking in fucking Turkey or whatever, right? It lasted 2 hours. They made a deal to swap POWs and no ceasefire. So that's fun. Some prisoners escaped New Orleans jail and trolled the guards. Yikes. Alright. So, that is most of my notes of what I wanted to go over tonight, guys. Let us get a hot take for debate from the chat.
Cosmic.
Oh, evil smart guy. Putin. There you go. No.
Cosmic, get your butt up here and argue.
No, I'm not trying to do a whole fucking philosophical what is the nature of evil thing, okay? We all know what we're talking about, Cosmic. Evil, there's no... If we really want to be philosophical, we're just going to end up in the thing that there's no such thing as evil. It's all a human construct. Yes, bad man is bad is about as philosophical as I'm willing to go with it right now. Or was that your hot take? Because that's not a hot take, that's a question.
Ooh, I have a film one. I just got to be able to word it right.
Machiavelli? You think it's absolute? That doesn't make any sense. Morality is subjective. How could it be absolute? I don't agree that some evil is absolute. It's absolute from our perspective, in a sense, but no moral perspective could be absolute simply by the fact that the person committing what we might be considered and what we might consider an evil act likely doesn't consider it to be. No, not necessarily. Not if you think you're doing good as a result of it.
Unfortunately, Thanos is fake, so I don't really know how that would work here.
I could construct a scenario where somebody who is committing that torture for their own pleasure would not see it as evil, and therefore it is not absolutely evil. You can always construct that hypothetical, and by that simple fact, it would not be evil. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's subjective to each human's experience. I thought we talked about this already.
That's an extremely broad question. You can't answer that question. That's not a question that's answerable the way that you constructed it. No, it doesn't. What? Morality is a subjective concept that has nothing to do with actual reality. Those things are separate. If we're talking about physical reality versus moral constructs, these are separate things. Experience may be subjective, but then the actual reality is not. Obviously, morality doesn't exist outside of a human mind. Or a mind in general, right? I don't want to rule out the aliens. In the human body? That doesn't make sense. If you're saying it's emergent in the human body because the brain exists as part of the body, then fine. The culture, I mean, these are extensions of like the human mind and experience. You're agreeing with me. Yes, you are. No, probably not. How's that a hot take?
You'd be surprised how many weebs really fight hard on that.
Atoms colliding? This is like you're like combining two different schools of thought here obviously you wouldn't even have a mind without physics. So yes, from like a physically deterministic perspective, sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the morality is objective. Within the framework of societal understanding. You're working on like two separate interpretations that don't really need to overlap. We don't have the direct correlation from one to the other. The idea of an objective morality causes issues with the definition of morality itself. If you're going to apply a moral framework to something, that's based on your individual understanding of society. That may be different from a different person's individual understanding from society. From that level, morality is subjective. If you're saying that the physical orientation of atoms in the brain specifically is linked deterministically to the type of morality we will have, that's an argument that you can make, but this is like making an argument that's unfalsifiable at this point. So then that would mean a non-objective morality. Boom. Good job, Cosmic. You got there yourself. Correct. No, to classical objects at this point. And atoms do move deterministically. Electrons, photons, subatomic particles do not move deterministically. Yes. The shells of atoms do not move deterministically. It's not naturally in a quantum state.
It is potentially a very good end to a very difficult.
Hey, what's up? I feel so tired.
And what did ChatGPT say? I feel so tired. It would be a menace. Massive and wide-ranging. Did you ask it to give you any details? Let's say goodbye to all fauna smaller than a loaf of bread.
All right. Well, that was a fun chat, Cosmic. Guess we'll pick it up another time. All right. All right. Let's see. Oh, right. I guess we might have had a little something from Justice Kavanaugh on this as well.
Court is hearing arguments over nationwide injunctions blocking President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship. 3 federal appeals courts have kept the order on hold, finding it very likely unconstitutional. President Trump argues the lower courts exceeded their authority. Now he's asking the Supreme Court to lift the injunctions or at least allow the administration to start planning for the change. So far, the justices have pressed the Trump administration's attorney on the potential impact of eliminating those injunctions. And Justice Brett Kavanaugh waded into the immediate consequences of the order going into effect.
On the day after it goes into effect, this is just a very practical question how this is going to work. What do hospitals do with a newborn? What do states do with a newborn?
I don't think they do anything different. What the executive order says in Section 2 is that federal officials do not accept documents that have the wrong designation of citizenship from people who are subject to the executive order.
How are they going to know that?
The states can continue to, the federal officials will have to figure that out.
How?
So you could imagine a number of ways that the federal officials could.
Such as
they could require a showing of, documentation showing legal presence in the country. For a temporary visitor, for example, they could see whether they're on a B-1 visa, which would exclude kind of the birthright citizenship in that context.
For all the newborns? Is that how that's going to work?
Again, we don't know because the agencies were never given the opportunity to formulate the guidance. They would have 30
They're only
days.
going to have 30 days to do this. You think they can get it together in time?
They're under, that's what the executive order instructs them to do, and hopefully they will do so. Again, it's a speculative and hypothetical scenario because they were enjoined from even starting that process.
And now the immigrant advocates' attorneys arguing against lifting the injunction. Let's bring in senior White House correspondent Selena Wang and constitutional lawyer Jeff Lewis for more. Jeff, the scope of this hearing is limited to the injunctions, but some of the justices, like we just heard there, are also talking a little bit about the merits of the case at large. What do you make of that?
Well, none of the justices have touched the merits in terms of weighing in on whether or not they think the executive order is enforceable. Instead, they're asking the question about whether they need to discuss the merits in connection with the injunction. And I think at the end of the day, the opinion issued by this judge or by this court is not going to touch the merits of this case.
Selena, what sticks out to you from how the Trump administration is making their case?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the core questions here is, can an individual district judge block the president's policy nationwide?
It sounded like Gorsuch was very open to Kagan's arguments, Neighbor-Rooney.
The Trump administration is arguing that the ability of these federal...
And if Gorsuch is open to it, I'm assuming Roberts and Barrett.
judges. To do that is forcing them to race from court to court, trying to win every case that challenges their policies. They argue that this is creating an unfair playing field, saying that those who challenge
Roberts? Gorsuch, yeah. But we need Roberts and Barrett. That's it. We don't need one more after that. Roberts and Barrett does it. That's 5-4.
them can win anywhere, while the Trump administration has to, quote, win everywhere. Now, that was met from a lot of skepticism from Justice Sotomayor, who said that the argument, quote, makes no sense whatsoever, saying that it would limit the ability of the district court, but also the Supreme Court to offer nationwide relief. Now, there was one significant exchange where she drew an analogy to what if the next president, a new president, issued an executive order banning ownership of guns. She asked if the court would have to, quote, sit back and wait for individuals to sue one by one to challenge the constitutionality for such an order.
Jeff, sometimes the justices, in the way they ask their questions, they show a little bit of how they're feeling about a particular issue. Do you see that in the questions we're seeing so far from the justices?
Yeah, not as to the merits, but as to the leanings towards a nationwide injunction. I count at least 3 justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, who are hostile to any attack on nationwide injunctions, and maybe Barrett. The question is, will there be 5 justices who are willing to strike down?
Come on, buddy. Come on. You're cool. I think you can do it. You sounded like you were interested in what she had to say. You sounded like it. Not so sure about you. And fuck you too. Nobody likes you. You know, that's what I always say. What the fuck do you think actually unhinged leftist president can do with precedent being set by Trump? God damn. We need normalcy. Biden was such a breath of fresh air. Such a breath of fresh air.
Down nationwide injunctions in this case or in general.
Selena, and I know you're watching some protests outside the court. What are you hearing from demonstrators there?
Yeah, Diane, not too far from where we are now, outside of the Supreme Court, there's a group of protesters, and I spoke to folks who traveled from across the country, including a sizable group that came from California, and they're protesting not only the administration's stance on birthright citizenship, but also the president's immigration and deportation plans overall. Now, I spoke to one young woman who is the daughter of undocumented migrants. She said this case, of course, hits at home. She said she wants to be here to send a message that they all have a voice, that she's a proud American. I spoke to another young woman who is a first-generation daughter of immigrants from Mexico, and she's currently a college student. Take a listen to what she told me about why she's here.
We love the United States, and we've been working here for so many years. We've been able to help other communities in our surrounding areas for little to nothing back, any benefits at all. To me, I'm proud to say that I'm a daughter of immigrant parents, the first in my family to go to university, first to graduate from high school as well, second in my class, and I'm proud to say that my sister is the valedictorian in my class as well. So we are living proof that we've been able to do great things coming to this country, to not only provide for ourselves, but to provide to other people.
And we heard the justices ask some of the procedural and logistical questions. Immigration advocates are arguing that if this nationwide injunction is narrowed, that it could cause some real chaos on the ground, because there could be a situation where kids
Well, that sucks. But, I mean, it's kind of expected. Especially with a president who loves to spend like Trump does. All right. Time for dailies. Let's go. Yeah, I know, neighbor Rooney. It's really sad. All right, what do we got? Sunset, Hollywood, Rodeo. Fine. No. These are all streets in LA. This is correct. Fuck off. Rude. All right, fine. Vine, herb, shrub, tree. Fucking rude. Fucking rude. Yes, but this is the New York Times. Yeah, all right. Rude. All right. All right, maybe it's just famous streets? I feel like I'm fucking myself on this. True, neighbor Rooney, they're not going to know Vine. The fact that it's Wall Street and not Wall makes me think it's not like famous streets. Oh, God. Oh, Wall Street. There it is. Oh. Oh my God. To discontinue. Cool. Tim Gesser. Wait. Round results? No. What do I mean? Alright, here we go. What do we got? Hey! It's a Biden. Iowa for Biden. This has got to be 2020. Right? Wait, let's look at these phones. That vertical we didn't see until 2017, so this couldn't be the 2016. Right? I don't know, though. He looks like he's in good shape here. Can you give me a year here? Because there's Pete. I don't know, these single cameras. 2020 Iowa caucus. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. In Des Moines, I don't fucking know where. 2019. 2019. Close. Uh-oh. this is. What? This has got to be America, right? Damn. This is really tough. San Francisco 2023. I mean, the hilly part makes me kind of think San Francisco. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're losing this one. We're losing big money on this one. 2 years off. New Zealand. Oh, I saw the NZ here too. And I said, is that New Zealand? I should have listened to that. Oh, man. God damn it. All right, what are we looking at? This is China. Hong Kong, Jockey Club. Wonder if we can find that. Probably not. Yeah. I fucked that one, man. I fucked that one. I should have gone with my gut on the NZ. Oh! Yeah, they renamed it South China Athletic Association Jockey Club Stadium. I'm assuming, right? This got to be it, right? It's got to be it, right? What kind of phones do y'all have? That screen looks a little old. Yeah, I just wasn't thinking. I just wasn't thinking. Wasn't using my nargan. I'm going to say like the 2000s. Right? Because I don't see a lot of... I don't really see any smartphones. And the picture's a little blurry. Everybody's using paper instead of an app. Let's say 2005. Oh my God. Damn it. It's okay. We'll take that. Wrong spot, though. That's annoying. Frustrating. Alright, what do we got? Hotel Victoria. No. Magazinul? What the fuck is that language? Oh no. Restaurantul? Oh no. This looks like it's like the Eastern Bloc a little bit, right? Because this is like a fucking Lada looking thing. I'm thinking like 60. Trying to look for places that have that same kind of language thing going on. Is it Turkey? No, I don't think so. Scampolo. That sounds Italian. This is confusing. And I can't get it. Oh. What the fuck is that flag? Jesus. No, I don't think so, guys. Not France. I don't think it's Italian, because that's not Italian. That's not Italian. That's not Italian. It's Magazinul. Check? I don't think so. It might be. Swiss? No, I don't think so. I think it's like one of these guys. Maybe Turkey, maybe, but I don't think so. I tried the flag, bro. I can't see what's going on here. Maybe Romania or Armenia? Yeah, maybe Romania, I was thinking. No, because I don't see the little squigglies on any of the S's. This is weird, dog. They do look like Ladas. Bucharest, 1961. Let's go with Bucharest, but I don't think so, right? Unless, let's take a look. Let's zoom in and see if they say shit like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we might be right. Let's see. They're all ending with UL here. If I see something called restaurantul, that'll do it. Some places, some of this says restaurant. Yeah, they all end with UL. I think this is it. Well, let's see if we can find this place called the Hotel Victoria, if it still exists. I gotta trust my gut a little bit more. Oh. Oh, it's gotta be near here, right? Everything's Victoria here. Oh, it's gotta be here. Just might not be around anymore. It's gotta be around here, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna say here. We're gonna say here. I think we're gonna say here. Oh. Okay, we're locking it in. We're locking it in. Oh God! damn it! We weren't even close. Hey, at least we were in the right city. We did figure out the Romanian part. God damn it. It's a Coca-Cola. Oh, God. Is this Russia? This has got to be like 92. We're going to say 92. Well, because if this is the Russian flag, yeah, but that's not a Soviet flag. I understand that, but that's not a Soviet flag. But the Russian flag was in use after 92. It could just be Moscow in 92. They had tanks around. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going with Moscow. I'm going with fucking Moscow. I'm probably wrong, but I'm going with Moscow. I might be fucking myself. You guys might be right, but I'm going with it. Oh! What's up? What's up? Four months before the official collapse of the Soviet Union. So that is the flag of the Russian Federation. But I guess some people started using it before the actual collapse of the Soviet Union. Boom. Well, yeah, technically it's blue, white, red. We definitely didn't get over 40,000, did we? Oh! What's up? This was a big fuck up. But we did it, boys. Let's go. Why are you waving, Cosmic? You leaving? Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's good. We pulled it together at the end. Now, you guys know what time it is? It's Gaza time. We're almost done. This is probably going to be the last one. Thank you. Thank you. This is probably the last one. Oh, yes. That activist chick. $2X? Oh. Let's see. Let's see how much we have left. How will we count the Ghazas if it's at 2X? Let's see. We have... There's only 26 minutes left. There's only 26 minutes left, guys. $26 minutes. All right.
I know what's happening. Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah, because a spokesperson lied and then got corrected back.
Yes.
It's almost like there's an accountability system, almost like where the government will check things and not just go with it, because even though it would suit them to go with it, they could just make it up, right? And not let any journalists ever see.
Literally share pictures of like bodies. Hold on one second. Where is it? Because I'm pretty sure Netanyahu also said some of the wackiest ass. Hold on, because Biden did say that in front of him as well. And not only her, by the way. IDF soldiers said it too. Was rank. Here they are.
It was from October 10th when Zedek said one of the commanders told me that babies were cut off. She posted again saying soldiers told me they believed 48 babies or children were killed.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, you know, when Trump spreads like so many lies and like tries to
it's nothing like that because the government literally held it accountable the day after.
But like you can spread as many lies as possible and see what sticks and see what stays. And we know that once a lie is out there, there are so many people who haven't even bothered like checking if the government has actually taken it back, which is precisely why till today I've still talked to Israelis, I've talked to IDF soldiers, I've talked to reservists who still spout that misinformation.
She fucked up. She said IDF instead of IOF or ITF. You fucked up. You fucked up. You messed up your stupid little thingies.
Because they don't go back to correct it. That's how the average public is dumb.
Yeah, but it looks like this particular thing just kind of came out because one person believed another, believed another, believed another, and then the government literally checked it and said, no, this didn't happen. Compared to like, wait, who bombed the Al Ahly hospital? Who struck that?
I don't know what you're pivoting.
I'm just comparing because obviously, like, there was no mix-up from the Hamas or PIJ side or anyone else. Like, that's something that people continue to say was the IDF, even though no one agrees with that anymore.
We still don't know about that, and until
well, you do. We know that. Well, do you agree that every investigation?
Until we can get like a third-party, independent, like full-blown investigation. Again, I always base my opinions on that. I want an official investigation.
Do you know that every investigation so far has said that it was like most likely a PIJ rocket because of the crater?
I think it would be best to have these answers if Israel allowed independent investigators in.
Well, to be clear, Hamas security were the ones who went to the site first and said that they had the munition, that they had the shrapnel, but they never showed it to anyone. And then a day later, Ghazi Hamad said it evaporated, it disintegrated, which doesn't actually happen to any kind of shell. That's not what happens. So,
but you know it's disputed though, right?
Because I know it's not disputed at all.
Forensic architecture.
Yep, I know what you're going to say, but they didn't say what you think they're going to say. Forensic architecture says it's most likely a rocket.
Yeah, so again, like I would want it to be an independent investigation.
Yeah, but who's going to provide the shell? You're not going to get the shell from anyone apart from.
No, all these independent things that you're saying, right? A lot of these news stories, unfortunately, base it off of what Israel says. They don't independently verify it because they can't independently verify it because Israel doesn't allow them in. I wonder why Israel doesn't allow them in.
Well, it wouldn't just be on Israel in that case, though, because
that's not a point.
because the people who collected the evidence, who went first onto the site, was Hamas security. They're the ones who went onto the site. So they would have taken the munition. They'd have been like, and again, this is obviously what happened, like based on all the circumstantial evidence. Like it's just like they would have taken it and been like, oh yeah, that's one of ours. And then next day, Ghazi Hamad says it dissolved, like salt in the water. And also, we're talking about manufacturing consent and the imperial core and everything. Like every international media source just used the health ministry's claim on that. They just repeated it. They were just like, yeah, 500 dead, Israeli strike. So talking about the imperial core, it's like they bought the health ministry's narrative quite a lot.
Hold on. The forensic architecture itself literally says inconclusive.
What do they say around that? What do they say around it being inconclusive?
It says here, while what happened at Al Ahly remains inconclusive, it is clear that in the aftermath of the explosion, the Israeli military launched an aggressive disinformation campaign. As it stands, Israel has yet to provide any conclusive visual evidence to support the claim that the source of the deadly blast at Al Ahly hospital was a Hamas or PJ rocket. It is also worth noting that 4 days before the explosion at Al Ahly on 13 October, Israel ordered the evacuation of all northern hospitals, including Al Ahly, and the following day, an Israeli airstrike on the hospital's cancer treatment ward was confirmed by Al-Haq. Israel is known to issue warning strikes. This incident was hardly an anomaly. In 10 days prior, the World Health Organization reported 51 attacks on medical infrastructure in Gaza.
They made a lot of extraneous claims there. So this is them on their Twitter account as well, like talking about the new investigations that they did on October. This is them saying, on October 20th, we shared an image of what we suggested could be an artillery shell impact crater. This was a mistake. The image likely showed impact from a rocket. We've removed the tweet, but stand by the overall directional analysis based on impact marks and sound analysis. Basically, they made an argument about the direction it came from. But yeah, even they say that this crater is most likely a rocket, or likely a rocket. So everyone, it's inconclusive. And again, it's funny that forensic architecture, again, who are the most anti-Israel people who investigate this, still said, didn't they? Yeah, they called it IOF in their Twitter. Obviously, they're anti-Israel. Jesus.
You know what? I agree with you. Let's let non-biased investigate bodies in.
Yeah, let's let or just you don't need to send anyone in for this. Hamas would just have to show you the.
But you know who is preventing that from happening? Israel.
Well, for Al Ahly, Hamas could literally just show you the munition. They said they had it, and they didn't produce it.
No, for the general situation, I think it is incredibly sus that this supposed democratic nation that has been
Sus.
victimized by these people who continue attacking it because they don't believe in its right to exist and they're anti-Semites, that this victim of a nation doesn't allow investigations in. It doesn't allow journalists in. It's such a Western democratic state, but it doesn't allow, like by other Western standards, it's failing. Why doesn't it allow?
Yeah, well, I don't. By the way, when I talk about like Israel, I don't really describe Israel as like the same as France or Germany and all that. Like Israel is kind of like, what? Why not?
Are they not a democratic state? Don't they go around saying that they're Western, that they want to battle and like?
I mean, they're Western in some degrees, but also because of a combination of circumstances, and also the fact that most Israeli Jews are non-white. They're not Westerners, and those are the ones who vote for the right-wing governments, right? Like that's where Netanyahu gets his votes from, right? From the Mizrahi and North African population. So yeah, they're kind of like they're a very strange middle ground. They're a very odd middle ground between like East and
No,
West.
but those same populations that heavily get discriminated against. That's what you're talking about. The
What
ones
do you
that are used as cannon fodder for the occupation. Those ones?
The ones who vote for Netanyahu.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
ones who are
okay.
still discriminated against within Israeli society.
Yep.
Cool. And also, why is a Western country in the Middle East? Why can't Israel like finally like decide on what its identity is? Is it like a Western country or is it like a Middle Eastern country that eats hummus?
I think
Like
it's.
you understand? Like they switch up all the time.
Well, no, that's consistent. It's consistent if you listen to what they're saying. Hang on.
It's basically Factorio, but in 3D and building a Dyson sphere.
Eurovision, but then when they want to say we are Middle Eastern, we eat hummus. Like,
Oh my
what are you? Are
God.
you Western or Middle Eastern? Why is a
She's
Western country in the Middle East?
I know it's you should try this. Okay, you think about it. They're a Jewish state, right? And Jews come from the West and from the East.
I don't think.
Now imagine the smug laugh.
I don't think it's a Jewish state.
Okay,
I don't think
it's a state full of Jews. I don't know what to tell you. Jews come from the East and they come from the West.
No, I think it's a Zionist state because it doesn't even respect Judaic law, the halakha. Because the halakha literally states that all Jews stay Jews forever, regardless of what you convert to. Whereas the Israeli, like Aliyah law, I forgot the one that was passed in 1950, specifically only allows Jews who are atheists or Jews who stay Jews.
Okay, so like, because Jews are not just a religion, they're not just like a religion, and they're definitely not a dogmatic religion, they're an ethnicity. It's a Jewish state. Yeah, it's a state of Jewish ethnicity. Yes, the Jewish ethnicity. Yes.
No, but I think if it was an actual Jewish state, it would uphold the halakha, which it doesn't.
Okay, no, if it was a fundamentalist Jewish state, it would do the religious stuff. Yeah, but it's a Jewish ethnicity. Yeah, it's a state of the Jewish ethnicity. Yeah. It's a state full of Jews, which is why they kind of Eastern and kind of Western. Yeah.
Hey, so are you going to say that Germany is a Christian country just because the majority of Germans are Christian?
Christian's not an ethnicity. Jew is an ethno-religion. It's both.
Yes, but my point is it's not a Jewish state, it's a Zionist state. It's literally a Zionist state.
Why is it not a Jewish state? Because it's
Because it does
ethnic.
not respect Jewish people who are ethnically Jewish but not religiously Jewish. That's why.
Okay.
It doesn't give a damn about those particular people because Jewish people who are ethnically Jewish but not religiously Jewish cannot do aliyah. That's why it's not a Jewish state. It's a Zionist state that continues wanting to uphold Jewish majority and chooses to disrespect ethnic Jews even if they're ethnically Jewish just because they're not religiously Jewish. So that is not a Jewish state to me.
Okay. Okay, well, listen, I'm sure the Jews really appreciate you telling them about their faith and ethnicity, but geez.
Well, I know you don't want me here, but she's flat out wrong
About what?
about not letting ethnic Jews migrate to Israel.
I'm not flat out wrong. It's in the law.
Wait, when you say aliyah, do you mean like you can go to Israel and become a citizen?
Yeah.
You have to be religious?
No, I didn't say religious. I said you can be atheist or you can be religious Jew, but if you're a Jewish person who converted to Christianity or Islam or any other religion, you can't. It's literally in the birthright law.
You can't if you're a Jew who converted.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just have to prove that your maternal side is Jewish.
No. So I'll show you the exact law. One second. Birthright.
Also, that isn't what you said. You said you had to be religious.
Or atheist. No, or atheist. Religious or atheist. But if you convert to any other religion, you're not allowed. Hold on.
Oh yeah, Jen is right. You also can be paternal Jew.
I didn't think that was
paternal Jews.
I didn't think that was what you said at first. It sounded like you said something different.
No, so if you are religiously Jewish or if you are an atheist but ethnically Jewish, you can go and do aliyah. But if you're ethnically Jewish but religiously something else, you converted to another religion, you can't.
Yeah, I don't really know why that contradicts them being like a Jewish state. That's just what they're.
Because according to the halakha, you're still Jewish regardless of what
Yeah, but
religion.
you're literally deciding.
Yeah, but why do they
a
have a
particular
right
religious
to decide?
doctrine.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
according to halakha, you're an apostate if you convert out of Judaism
No, if you convert, no. According
into
to
another
halakha,
faith.
if you convert to another faith, you're still Jewish. It's like once you're a Jew, you're always a Jew until death.
I know what these TikTok Jews told you, but like.
I didn't tell you to get
Okay, I'd rather we have a bunch of
I
free
just
non-Jews
prefer-
talking about what Jews believe. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
what to say.
practically a Jew, okay? Practically. See ya.
Bye. This feels like the same as a bunch of white right-wingers telling you what the Muslims believe. Jesus. I don't think it contradicts them being like the Jewish state. Clearly, it means like a state full of Jews. Like it's, I don't know.
Just because
whatever.
it's majority Jews through violence does not make it a Jewish state.
Just because what?
Just because it has achieved a majority Jewish demographic through violence doesn't make it a Jewish state.
Okay.
It makes it a state.
It looks pretty Jewish to me. And that's probably why that answers your original question about why it's not that much of a contradiction that they would be have Eastern and Western characteristics.
No, but you have to understand how dangerous it is for Jewish people in the diaspora.
No, not at all. Like I don't blame ISIS for Islamophobic attacks that happen in the UK. If an Islamophobe attacks a Muslim because they think they're ISIS, I blame the Islamophobe. You'd never talk about any other form of bigotry this way. Stupid.
We have discernment. A majority of the public don't have discernment. Like a majority of the public do not have discernment, which is why Islamophobic attacks rose insanely because of ISIS. So when a state is going around plastering Jewish symbols on bulldozers that go around bulldozing homes, or IDF soldiers who go around unaliving Palestinians and goes around saying it's a Jewish state, but at the same time works with flagrant anti-Semites, which raises the anti-Semitism levels in those individual countries.
Yeah, you don't believe this.
The
I know
anti-Semitism
you believe it for Israelis, but you don't believe it for any
levels
other group.
to
Like, you don't believe that.
9,000
Imagine saying like Hamas endangered Muslims by doing October 7th. Like, what the? Because they did it as an Islamic organization.
These Hamas are going around saying we are a representative of all Muslims. We represent Islam. We represent all Muslims. We speak for all Muslims.
You don't think the Ayatollah does that with the Ummah, right? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying again, let's not pretend that all these things don't cause a rise in Islamophobic attacks. Let's not pretend that after September 11th there wasn't flagrant Islamophobic. Just because you and I have discernment,
there wasn't flagrant Islamophobic.
Yeah, but I wouldn't tell any of these states to stop calling themselves like Muslim countries, which they are. So
they're not Muslim countries, they're Muslim majority countries. The same way Germany is not a Christian country, it's a Christian majority country. It's a German country.
So Germany's a German country. Again, it's a majority, because again, if we talk about Muslims though, again, most Muslims are like, Germany's a lot less practicing in terms of religion than somewhere like Iran. But I don't know.
A Muslim country, so they're countries for Iranians. Like again, these countries don't go around saying we are Muslim countries. They say that we are Egyptian country.
It's called the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, fine, Iran, but everyone else.
What's the full names of some of these countries?
I didn't defend Iran, by the way. Why are you bringing up Iran?
I'm not talking. I don't know why you think I'm trying to defend every country. I'm just saying that most people would not talk about attacking, about saying that like Islamic racist attacks are because of the people in that group doing the crime. You blame the racists. Normally you would anyway. I'm surprised you're a bit different. But like for example, when black crime rates cause people to be racist, that's like I'm not going to say like it's the black criminals.
No, I'm not blaming Jewish people. I didn't blame Jewish people. I'm blaming
not Jewish people.
Working together with the far right.
I promise you.
Which the far
not
right
anti-Semite,
in those respective countries literally makes it unsafe for Jewish diasporans who maybe don't want to move to Israel. So you're saying that you want to protect Jewish people, but you work together with the far right in each individual country, and the rise of the far right means it's going to be more anti-Semitic society.
The rise of the far right? Is that a sequel to the rise of
because now it's pushing its
Skywalker?
Jewish diasporans to move to Israel. So if that's Israel's plan, fine. But I don't know. And also, I didn't know that Iran gave people citizenship based on being Muslim. I didn't know like a person who's Shia from like Iraq can just randomly apply for like citizenship to Iran because Iran is like the state of the Muslims.
No, that's why that's why like again, just because Iran doesn't do it, that's why we got like Ireland does it for if you have one Irish grandparent. And why do I have people joining? I thought there's supposed to be one person. Okay, if other people want to join, first of all, we have to ask if she's okay with it, and second of all, I can just back out for 5 minutes. Or like, is that okay? Or it's up to you. Wait, before you speak, I'm trying to ask the Athena person I'm talking to.
Yeah, I want to ask her. Sorry.
Wait, stop, Athena. Are you okay with this other person talking to you? Or like?
No, I'd rather have a one-on-one.
I'm not. I'm
sorry,
losing bad enough already.
Right,
I can't.
Thank you.
With another
also,
person.
I think I'd like to head out now. I'm not gonna lie. We can have like another debate a second time, but like I think we've debated long, and I'm kind of having a headache because I've been at work all day. So
that's okay. Do
Is
you have
it
any
pro-pay?
specific topics that we can go for? Because I had to dig through like a year's worth
My
of notes.
jetpack is pro-pay.
Yeah, if there's anything very specific you want to go over again, you can let me know. Or new.
You thought I was a dumb tanky, didn't you?
You are a dumb tanky.
I don't think you're a tanky.
Oh, you thought I was like a dumb white girl.
No, I literally took you.
This is why he's a king. A Lebanese king.
You on because you were like lambasting poor David with like facts that he didn't know. It was funny.
Okay, because a lot of people in your chat thought I was like some random Midwestern white girl.
When people call people white, it's like a state of mind, you know? Like, that's what that is.
Yeah, so I'll gladly have a debate another time. I think I'll be okay with like a closing statement. We've been debating for like a couple hours now.
I don't care about closing statements, so you can do yours. I need to get my water though, so is that okay? You can say what you want. I'll hear you on my phone.
Okay. Right. Yeah, no, I think the last thing I would probably say is I don't think that an apartheid genocidal state has a right to exist. I don't think that a state can actively ethnically cleanse genocide people with impunity and then expect to continue to exist and be regarded a democratic state. What else? I think like if we're going to talk about a two-state solution, and if we want to work on, because up until now we have had two-state solutions and that has clearly not worked, unfortunately. I think that the key points here is that Israel is a settler colony. It will never stop expanding. It has never shown any willingness as well to. Moreover, it cannot undo the consequences of Israeli occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. When we talk about the economic ones, the settlements, Israel hasn't really offered huge compensation for everything that it has done. It has also done a lot of ecological damage. I don't know why a lot of people don't talk about the environmental damage that Israel has done when it comes to the drying up of valleys, the uprooting of indigenous flora and fauna to de-Arabize the land and make it more acceptable for its initial European population. And yeah, I think that this state, the same way the apartheid state and Yahtzee Germany and any other ethno-state was dismantled,
Yahtzee
should be dismantled.
Germany!
That does not mean all Israeli
Do you see him
Not what
trying not to laugh? Oh my god.
I'm asking
Wait.
for dismantled. That does not mean and Yahtzee Germany and any other ethno-state was dismantled. Should be dismantled. That does not mean all Israelis need to be G-sided.
What? Showing up right towards the end, bud. How you doing?
Like
Good to
Palestinians should
see
be the ones to
ya.
decide,
Good
but
to see
in my
ya.
opinion, I think that a one-state solution is the way to go with equal rights for everybody. Because, yeah, I think it cannot go on like this.
Okay. I'm not doing a closing statement, so take care, right?
Yeah, take care, you too.
I bet I'm going to do a closing statement, so I just need more space.
Fashionably.
Okay? There's this kind of mindset that people get into, and I know it's very tempting to kind of go into a polarized position on each of these things. So I've said many times that if you wanted to, you could do like, the most
Fashionably
amazing,
lady. I
convincing,
do too.
propagandistic
She
story
sucks.
about Israel-Palestine from either side, right? You could do a very pro-Israel thing and the pro-Palestine thing, and actually you could build up an entire history from 1880 until now, and it could actually be like completely factually correct for either side. You just have to leave out a bunch of things, narrativize a little bit. Like this idea, like planted pine trees to make it more acceptable to the European. They planted pine trees because they grow faster. It's like but there's this whole thing like, or you can, if you want to make the case that Israel's expansionist, well, yeah, let's just talk about the West Bank and let's talk about the way that the blockade measures never left Gaza. But then just as you can tell the whole story, but just leave out the fact that they gave up the Sinai for peace, that they gave up South Lebanon for peace, and they literally went all the way past
Huge
the blue
dub
line
for
to the point that they
Bono.
had to like pull down a fence and move it like 100 meters south just because they wanted it to be like right down to what the UN demarcated. So I don't really know if I really believe in dislodging people who are that far into one side or the other, even when I'm trying to make concessions and trying to say like, look, I'll acknowledge that Israel does this bad thing, but it just seems weird that there's no mention
Can
of it
you
for
guess
Hamas
the
or whatever.
filter?
But it's just like whenever there's this overarching narrative, especially when people always talk in like very vague terms like expansionist and ethno-colonial whatever, it's like you can use a really bold term like that, like ethno-nationalist or apartheid, and then you can just appeal to like maybe 20 laws that are enforced in discriminatory ways, and it's like, oh well, that seems really bad, but is it really apartheid though with that? And then you have to think, and then you either counter it in a kind of like just you can wing it, I guess. You can just talk about like, is this really crossing a threshold for it to be apartheid, or is it not just discriminatory, or do you have to remember a bunch of laws in the surrounding countries or in different parts of the world that are similar, which just means you have to have a of information. But at the end of the day, most of that conversation doesn't really matter. The thing is like right at the end, it's that whole it's a settler colonial expansion state that like Nazi Germany needs to be dismantled, and it's like, but it could be a one-state shared harmony. It's like, who's going to dismantle Israel, bro? Like, the Israelis won't. Who's going to do it? If you say it's like Nazi Germany, well, you dismantle Nazi Germany by invading it and
Defending the rise of
killing them until they
Skywalker
surrender.
never happened. The
and
subjectivity
the
of
difference is that
morality is
Israeli
fucking
Jews are
obvious
never, ever
to
going to allow
anybody
that
with
to
a
happen.
brain.
They're not going to allow themselves to get dismantled either politically or militarily because they know that the risk they are taking as being a minority in the Middle Eastern country, given everything that's happened in the last 100 years, is suicide. Palestine is not going to be the first Arab majority state that treats its substantial, apparently, Jewish minority fairly or equally or even safely.
Your own
Obviously
argument
not.
that you
Palestinians
were
have more of a
making,
reason to be estimated than any other group in the world,
argued
right?
for the
These are the guys who are going to guarantee
morality.
equality when no other
You
Arab
just
country
didn't
could in the last
even
100 years.
realize it.
No. So basically, it's like you just end up in this maximalist position, which the people who get hurt by that way of thinking of like trying to destroy Israel are they're the ones who get hurt by it. Look at every country or every force in the world right now that's trying to destroy Israel. Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis. What do all these countries have in common? Assad, even at one point. All these countries have in common is the fact that they're better at killing Arabs than they are at killing Israelis.
Hey, Pookie, I did not appreciate the ethnic cleansing you did on me.
What happened? Where did I make a mistake here? Where did I make a mistake here? What did I do? Okay. What the fuck? Alright, fine. Let's redo this whole thing then. Fucking twart. Okay, what do we have? Okay. 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 Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. It suggests objectivity in physics, not in morality. You're skipping the step, and you're going straight from physics to morality. But you have to demonstrate that. You can't just imply it. What do you mean? You're linking them without explaining why they're linked. You're saying that the physical determinism of like structures in the brain means the way those structures are going to develop is determined, but the very subjective nature of how we view morality completely contradicts that. So you have to link those two things. There is no physics? What are you talking about? Okay, being an emergent phenomena does not mean it's objective, if you're framing it in that way. Very true. I feel so tired. Yes. Sure. But they are different between those populations. Are you trying to make an argument that it's objective that morality in some sense emerges? Sure. But that doesn't make it objective. If we're talking about objectivism and subjectivism, we're talking about moral epistemology, not moral existence. If you're saying it's inevitable that morality will emerge, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But when we're talking about whether morality is objective or subjective, we're not talking about the objective existence of moralities. Okay, then how do you account for contradictory moral frameworks? That's a non-answer.
Insufficient materials.
Yes, but you're begging the question by saying that one is objectively right in all things and other is objectively wrong.
Upgrade complete.
So you're making an argumentum ad populum? Yes! No, you just claimed that by saying by merging all human societies and force interactions will generate an objective morality. That generative objective morality, by forcing them all together, will naturally be a product of majority opinion. That's an argumentum ad populum. With a couple, you've just taken out a couple steps. It will be. That's what happens. If you're just forcing everyone together and making like a mob rule type scenario and just naturally assume that morality is going to emerge properly, then that's just what happens. There are contradictions within moral frameworks that are generated consistently too. I feel like the United States is one of the biggest examples of that.
Insufficient materials.
Well, I'm glad we could all agree on the most basic of fucking shit. It's not an achievement, it's something that just happens. And we agreed that it's emergent. Nobody's even disputing that. But just because it's emergent doesn't mean it's objective. Well, yes, but I think we're speaking colloquially here. I feel so tired. Maybe a better way to say it would be a description. No. They're neither of that. They're not mutually exclusive. Although I think in this case, to make your argument, Cosmic, they kind of have to be. Depending on how we're defining things, actually. Wow, I just said a whole lot of things to say nothing at all. All thoughts, you don't choose your thoughts, first of all. Your thoughts happen. Oh no. No. I mean, not really. There's certain thoughts that just happen. You don't decide what you're thinking. You just think it. Okay, we're getting into nonsense territory. We need terms to be defined here, guys. Good work, Daniel. Oh no, Daniel. Oh, what a shame, buddy. What a shame. My hands are tied. Oh no. And it's a particularly embarrassing one, too. Oh, there's nothing I can do, good buddy. No, even then it would still be subjective, Cosmic. That does not prove that it's objective. That literally doesn't... Everybody could have the same moral system on the planet, and it still doesn't mean that morality is objective. You understand that, right?
Insufficient materials.
No measure for what?
Replication complete.
No, I'm saying in order to prove that that morals are objective, it may be knowable that morals are objective, but you would have to prove that individual moral systems are not subjective in nature. In fact, many times they're generated against moral consensus. I fucking... Where's the filter? Where's the filter guy? Where'd the filter guy? Ah. There we go. Let's let her fill up. Can we go faster here?
Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials. Replication complete.
Moral objectivity. Physical objectivity is probably true in certain situations. At least in Newtonian physics. Why does this keep happening? Why do we keep getting jammed up here?
Insufficient materials. Replication complete.
I guess this double setup is kind of fucking me. Okay. Let me try something else. No, I think you're using objective as a substitute for general consensus. Then I don't understand how you can make that argument. Truly, that's just not. That's not a realistic way to look at it. We don't know it, but it makes sense based on independently verifiable things. Yes, but morality is not a physical concept. Moral beliefs can change from person to person, and they can still be valid and even sound within their framework. That's not what objectivity is. Objectivity is saying that that outside of what a person thinks, there exists a true morality. That is what objectivity is. It does. It literally does. How could you say that? You see that all the time. Like, what is you're assuming that this objective moral framework is an emergent property, but the emergent thing that we see is differing moral frameworks. That's the emergent property. The idea that somehow we're all going to end up in the same moral framework is an assumption that you have to demonstrate. I don't think it's really either. I think some places they're diverging and some places they're converging. But it doesn't matter. They could be doing either one and it still wouldn't support your point. It still wouldn't buttress your argument.
Insufficient materials.
I think I need to downgrade this. That's what's happening.
Insufficient materials. Replication complete.
Why is it getting stuck? Hang on. Ooh. Let's see if that does it. Oh no, neighbor Rooney. The only truths I hold to be self-evident are that all men are created equal. America. The making of Redbone. I know that I feel so tired. I'm America-ing. I'm doing an America. So that definitely has copyrighted material in it, Cosmic. Let's go, America. Let me go ahead. All right, YouTubers, YouTube people, come over to Kick. Come hang out. We're having a fun time. It's lots of fun. Good shit. Bye! Oh, no. Come over to Kick. Did I say come over to YouTube? Come over to Kick if I said come over to YouTube. Come over to Kick, where we can watch copyrighted material and not get in trouble. Bye!